Good morning, everyone. How are y'all doing today? All right. On behalf of the entire family at the center, we would like to welcome everyone to the final day of the International Black Writers Festival, hosted by Moorland-Spingarn Research Center here at Howard University. My name is Lovelace Boafo, and I'm the project manager of the Black Press Archives here at MSRC. From our events to our clothing, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves in protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets, such as this festival that we've curated for you this week. To keep up to date with our events and news, follow us on Instagram at MoorlandHU, and check out our website at msrc.howard.edu. So before we start our panel, I just wanted to let the students know that if you have to leave for class, it is absolutely okay. So please don't be shy. Feel free to just get up and go. Our first panel for the day is titled Breaking the Canon, A New Era of Black Fiction. A new era of Black fiction is here, bold, genre fluid, unapologetically experimental, and deeply rooted in community. This panel explores the innovations, risks, and culture shifts in current Black fiction. We'll examine how Black writers are speaking across geographies, genres, and generations, and what that means for the future of storytelling. Our moderator for this panel is Leslie Ann Murray, a fiction writer from Trinidad and Tobago who immigrated to America with her family in the early 90s. East Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York has been her artistic inspiration and cultural home for the past 20 years. In her 20s, she started traveling throughout the world. She has lived in South Africa, China, Bangladesh, and Paris, where she has studied and worked. She founded Brown Girl Book Lover, a social media platform where she interviews diverse writers and reviews books that should be at the forefront of our imagination. Our panelists for today are Samaya Bashir and Namwali Serpel. Shamaya Bashir is a poet, artist, performer, multimedia artist, and educator, author of 3 poetry collections, including Field Theories, winner of the Oregon Book Award. Her newest book, I Hope This Helps, launched this year. A Rome Prize and Pushcart Prize honoree, she currently serves as the Helen Zell Visiting Professor at the University of Michigan, and she lives in Harlem. Namwali Serpel is a professor of English and is an award-winning novelist, essayist, and critic. Born in Zambia and raised across England, Zambia, and the US, she is the author of The Furrows and The Old Drift, winner of the Arthur C. Clarke Award. Her work blends memory, politics, and imagination with sharp attention to justice. Please help me welcome our moderator to the stage, Leslie Ann Murray.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Okay. I just want to start off the conversation by just framing the conversation. Then I will invite each writer to speak, and then we'll get into a conversation. So in my graduate school literature class, we were reading Gloria Naylor, Woman of Brewster Place, which is a phenomenal short story collection documenting the life of 7 Black women living in a housing projects in an unnamed city. In terms of craft, the collection is innovative. It weaves together form and voice and structure. The Link collection has gone on to inspire many writers to adapt this type of form and style. But in the literary industry, Naylor was never praised for breaking the canon. Thierry Jones, who was my professor at the time, lamented that Black fiction writers are not celebrated for their structural and creative innovation, but are segregated to social issues, race, income equality, gender, etc. While these issues are important to discuss and highlight, they're always deemed insular, right? Hashtag racism. 15 years later, I'm still processing Thierry words. And when I started Brown Girl Book Lover, a social media platform where I review books, interview writers, I did it because I wanted to make a point about Black writers' contribution to craft style and how Black writers are consistently breaking the canon. The publishing industry's failure to witness Black writers' contribution to the craft limits our scope, our influence, and our marketability, and how we are widely read. So thank you for joining us today. We will start the program by inviting Namwali to read an excerpt of her work. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you so much to Howard University, to Leslie Ann, to Aaron for welcoming me here. I'm going to read from my most recent novel, which is called The Furrows, an Elegy. I'm just going to read from the beginning. I don't want to tell you what happened. I want to tell you how it felt. When I was 12, my little brother drowned. He was 7. I was with him. I swam him to shore. His arms were wrapped around my neck from behind, his chest on my back, his knees pummeling my thighs. At first, his small, heavy head was on my shoulder, and he breathed in my ear, the occasional snort when water came in. His head bounced. My shoulder ached. His hands were knotted at my collarbone, and I held them there with my hand, both so that he wouldn't let go and so that he wouldn't choke me. With my other hand, I pushed the water away. We had gone to the beach for the day, just the two of us, alone, together. This was allowed. This was our whole summer. Our family lived in Baltimore, or in the suburbs, really, a place called Pikesville. When June came and set us free from school and set my father free from his job teaching chemical engineering at Catonsville Community College, my mother was a painter, so she was always free. We would drive 3 hours down to Delaware to a town near Bethany Beach, where every year we rented the same narrow gray house with a skewed porch out front. Every morning, after breakfast and cartoons, my brother and I would leave our father to edit his articles and our mother to dab at her paintings. Wayne and I would change into our still damp swimsuits, and I would pack us Capri Suns and Lunchables from the fridge. We would walk along the roads, cutting through a gap between the fancier houses to reach the beach. Our mother had told us that the gap between the houses was called No Man's Land, which Wayne misheard and took to mean it belonged to a man named Norman. We'd sneak quietly through Norman's Land, then tromp over the boardwalk, our flip-flops knocking against it, and find our favorite spot on the shore, which was marked by clumps of seagrass. Wayne was a nutty brown, a scrawny creature, a good kid. He played so hard, as if play were work. I was too old to play, so I watched him play and helped sometimes. That day, I buried him for fun's sake. We dug a shallow trench with cupped hands, like dogs, like gardeners. The top sand was cane sugar, the undersand was brown sugar. When the trench was big enough, he tumbled into it, and I packed the sand onto his body, patting it over his hands and over his bony knees. Under the fluorescent sun, he lay still as a magician's assistant. He asked me to cover his head with our straw hat, and I said, "No, you'll suffocate." He flinched as if to grab for it himself, then remembered that his hand was buried. Too late, the mound of sand over it had sprouted a crack. He glanced at it, at me. I patted the sand back flat. After a moment, he said it again. He mouthed, "Cover my head." I touched my sandy finger to his sandy cheek. "Close your eyes, Wayne," I said, and placed the straw hat over his squinching face. I had stolen that hat from a fruit vendor before Wayne was born, when he was still in the womb. Our mother, pregnant and craving, was buying a pear at a stand at a farmer's market. The hat was rolling at the fruit vendor's feet like tumbleweed. It beckoned me, and so I picked it up and put it behind my back, switching it quickly to my front when we turned to leave. My mother didn't notice until a block later. She twisted my earlobe till it stung and hissed, "It's too late to give it back now, you little twit." Although our family had owned the straw hat for many years now, it was still too big for either of us kids to wear. We used it for carrying things instead, its leather chin strap serving as a handle. We had used it today to bring lunch and a towel. Now it swallowed Wayne's head completely. "You're a dead Mexican," I giggled. "Ole," he muffled from under the hat. "I mean cowboy," I said. "Ahoy." "That's a sailor." There was a pause. "Yee-haw," he said. I didn't answer. I didn't laugh. I walked away from his buried body, staggered off into the sand pockets toward the greenish sea, bored but deeply satisfied that he would be surprised to find me gone when he lifted that dumb hat off his face. My turn to trick him for once. My toes were already wet by the time he realized I was gone. He leapt up and tossed the hat and gangled his way toward me, yelling pell-mell, splumishing past me into the water. I watched his bronze back vanish, then retreated and sat beside the empty trench with my arms around my knees. There was no one else around. It was bright and hot, the end of summer. Then the clouds came and lowered. The wind rose. The waves rose. Dear Wayne, you swam into the furrows. At first, you didn't know it because you were under the surface, and you faced down as you swam, staring at the vault of the sea below. Then you felt the sky darken above you, a shadow passing. And when you came up to breathe, you were suddenly inside them, the great grooves in the water, the furrows. On either side of you, those whirring sheets of water, the foam along their edges sharpening like teeth. On either side of you, the furrows chewing, cleaving deeper. They ate you up. You were alone out there, and the world took you back in, reclaimed you into its endless folding. He was joyful and swimming, and then he wasn't.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, y'all look amazing out there. I mean, my back was to you and stuff. I'm Samia Bashir, and I'm really excited to be here. Thank you, Howard. Thank you all for all coming out. I'm really excited about this conversation. Thank you, Leslie, and it was beautiful to hear you, Namwali. I think since Namwali started at the beginning, I'm gonna read from the end. So this is the last piece, and I hope this helps. It's called Swarm, and it opens with a quote from the novelist Ayikwe Arma. There is indeed a great force in the world, a force spiritual and able to shape the physical universe. But that force is not something cut off, not something separate from ourselves. It is the energy in us, the strongest in our working, breathing, thinking together as one people, weakest when we are scattered, confused, broken into individual, unconnected fragments. That was Ayikwe Arma. I've always been a night person, me, in this body. Since I entered it, a night person. My early memories include nights with my pops, partners in starshine, the two of us up until even the TV went to bed. I remember the bars that blazed on screen, the anachronistically unmolested Star-Spangled Banner, the snow saying, shh, you, go, sleep. Pops and I watched all manner of strange. This news, that news, wacky late-night programming and public TV documentaries. One heavy memory, an ever-invading swarm. Aggressive and belligerent, National Geographic warned. Africanized bees, some call them killer bees. My father, the African human, rolled his eyes. But me, the Africanized, the child wondering what words might mean, the language sung with the promise of stung. So many of those movies from the 70s, 80s, 90s, beyond are all the same film, really. A storm gathers on the horizon, an invasion decades in the making. It's easy to forget who they're talking about, or to remember. An alien species is taking claim to the Americas. Creatures that would rather die than retreat, the result of a single experiment, an experiment that went terribly wrong. Insert slavery. Insert black, insert colonialism, insert genocide, insert other, insert me. Be afraid, the television always says. Surely then, surely now. Always a new killer, always a new violence, the swarm of it. And I keep receiving the same email again and again, subjected to the subject line, training drill for an active shooter. Purpose of the drill. Consider and practice what we would do in the event of such an incident, etc. Description of the drill, blah, blah, blah. The first instruction will be to hide, shelter in place, wherever you are for approximately 1 minute. The second instruction will be to run, evacuate from the space you are in by the route you would use during an emergency. You should remain outside for approximately 2 minutes. The drill will conclude at approximately 11:50 a.m., or perhaps now, perhaps never. In 1978, an all-star cast helmed the infamously bad fantasy film, The Swarm. It's easy enough to categorize as horror hilarity, except it's not quite either. The voiceover, a black mass, sir, a moving black mass. We have been invaded by an enemy far more lethal than any human force. Over a swarm of white men throwing flames from their flamethrowers, the voiceover prepares us for a story of courage and sacrifice. Its size is immeasurable, the disembodied voice warns. Its power is limitless, the disembodied voice frets. From now on, the war against the Africans will be under military control. Sorry, I feel like I'm reading the news sometimes. Sounds familiar, even then. Pop's always a bit more lighthearted than I, on the outside at least, rolls his eyes again, flips the page of whatever newspaper he's always reading. But what of me? What of us? Ridiculous fictions purport to build upon fact. How do we move through these violent contagions? The hoops of denial continue to strangle, continue to swarm. Outside my window, a fireworks display. Loud, crackle, and pop, pop, pop. For a solid 20 minutes, my heartbeat raises. For a solid 20 minutes, I convince myself that this is, in fact, fireworks, that I needn't avoid windows, that I can keep setting up. I know, but I don't know. Not in my body. These days, as we crack ourselves like two tight eggs across our shared web of digitalia, it feels more important than ever to metabolize that aggression out of our bodies and back into what? To what end? No one was killed, said Sharon Patterson, but a young woman was publicly disrespected by one of the police officers. He grabbed her callously, flung her bikini-clad body to the ground, pushed her face into the grass, cursed at her. She was traumatized, and so was I. The now former public servant, who we believe should have helped her, instead had his knee in her back. Her girlfriends begged for her release. Her male companions valiantly attempt to wave towels at the officer. His response, a drawn gun. The 14-year-old girl I saw in the video was me. What Patterson is saying is not metaphor. That 14-year-old girl is her, is me. That trauma that is hers is mine. Is yours? The trauma of all of us who this dangerously armed grown man's actions frighten and silence and small. Of the continued compassionless inaction that they implicate. But how much trauma can our bodies carry? In denying access to our grief, our ability to fully mourn in thought, in deed, in action, in a not rush before the next horrid tragedy, to see the other as ourselves, what have we Botoxed? And politely wiping our tears and scrolling on, steeling ourselves for the day, well, then what? What is this arms-length relationship to grief, this allergy to the vulnerability of it, blur or block or bury alive? The coalition emerges, Fred Moten insists to those of us who might find solace in hiding from our own implication, out of your recognition that it's fucked up for you. In the same way, we've already recognized that it's fucked up for us. I don't need your help. I just need you to recognize that this shit is killing you too. However more softly, you stupid motherfucker, you know? In the context of tragedy, wrote June Jordan, all polite behavior is a form of self-denial. Self-denial is itself a contagion. When we are not compassionate toward each other, we are not compassionate toward ourselves. And are we not each other? We know we are. And can we not meet contagion with contagion? I know we can. I guess it was my destiny to live, but life itself compels an optimism, Jordan wrote, quoting Auschwitz survivor Ellie Gross. And what shall we do, she asked, we who did not die? What shall we do now? How shall we grieve and cry out loud and face down despair? So, through the swarm to the hive. Individually, our mourning can sap us, rack and wreck us. Together, as our Ma wrote, our strength is magnified exponentially. Our sustainability, our ability. What alone in our tiny, overpriced rooms lit by our blue screen seems impossible, well, Keep going. Remember Claudia. Keep going. Either write something worth reading, Benjamin Franklin said when he wasn't testing the light or working his slaves before petitioning on the side of freedom, or do something worth writing. Swarm. One day in Puerto Rico, the killer bees just stopped killing. No one knows why for sure, but they changed. Within just a few years, the bees seemed to have become different, gentler. Some folks hypothesize that the environment plays a factor. Other folks wonder if they'd been merely outbred by the gentler honeybee, an experiment that's gone terribly right. But no, the two bees maintain their self-same genetic distance. The environment, though, can sing. Like we can feed, can craft its own contagion and change the hive. In Puerto Rico, the flowers grow so heavy and abundant for so long, the hive didn't need its soldiers as much as its foragers. The hive didn't need all of that buzz-cut anger and quickness to violence experimentally bred and let loose. So the hive released it. Got not nominally free, but actually. So can we. In a time of destruction, instructs Maxine Hong Kingston, create something. Creative practice affords us the power to reclaim and restore the humanity of the living and the dead in both the public imaginary and in our own physical bodies, as well as in the bodies of those who engage with our work. Dearly beloved, called Prince to order. We are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. We and the bees have no obstruction between us and the agency of our contagion, our ability to swarm. That agency, the hive, is ours for the making. And we are here, and we are making. It is more than speculation, promised that old National Geographic. It's a prediction. The swarm is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to start off by saying that in April, I interviewed Samia about her book, and after the interview, it was just so glorious that it took me a while to get back into my skin, right? Because it was just like, I was like, wow, Jules. And then, because I want to tell you of the power of what we have in a panel. And yesterday when I had a lunch with my sister, and Wally passed by, and my sister was like, go walk with her. And I'm like, no, she's amazing. I don't know if I can walk with her, And my sister called her, and it's like, stop, she will walk with you. And I was like, ah. And so I just want to tell you, for me, it's like an absolute privilege to be here with these dynamic, amazing women. And I'm so glad that you all are experiencing it with me. I just want to start out the conversation is that to each of the panel, what does the phrase mean, breaking the canon to you personally?
Well, sure. I mean, I think I'm interested in breaking it, as in saying, okay, you've decided that this is what's literature. Cool. But then also I just kind of want to go, now where's your literature, But also because it's like, let's talk about why. Why have you decided that this is our literature, And then thus, if these are the things that are our values, don't you see that all of this is what's happening right here? Well, it makes you, it's like you didn't put your glasses on this morning, And also what's more interesting to me is building and rebuilding and doing it differently. What if it's not about a canon? What if it's about kind of building, germinating seeds all over the place, that everyone can find and touch, and it's in everyone's yard, for instance, rather than locked up in a little room that you have to go and get to. There's Cornelius Eady has a poem called Gratitude, and he's talking about this kind of to those who would like to keep the musty clubhouse for themselves, right? He says, I am a brick in a house that is being built around your house. And, you're irrelevant at this point because we are really like, if we think about like American mythology, if we think about what we, like blackness, black people have upended Westernness, and that's kind of our job, I think, too. That part, you know, it's kind of like breaking a chain. That doesn't mean I'm against metal, but I don't like chains.
That's a very beautiful and stirring answer. I'll start with canon. I think the word canon has become calcified, and we think of the canon as the Western canon, right? But there are other canons, right? And there are also, our canon is, that brick is already in the canon, which is just to say, if you look back at the history of so-called Western literature, what you find is we're all over, right? St. Augustine was African, right? Dumas, African, right? My husband and I joke that it's an incognito syllabus when you actually look at it. I was teaching a course that read a Latin text called The Golden Ass by Apuleius. And the classic scholar gave this whole lecture, and he mentioned right at the beginning, he was like, so yeah, we think Apuleius probably came from what is present-day Algeria, but, and then just kept going. And I was like, okay, this is an African text. Like, why aren't we thinking about that, right? That this was actually always ours. So that's just the canon. And then breaking is very interesting. When I saw that we were thinking about breaking, there is the form, which is like breaking from or breaking up. But there's also breaking the waves or break dancing or the break, as Fred Moten likes to talk about, right? Which is the silence in the music that makes it a song. And to me, because I'm very inspired by Toni Morrison, and this book that I wrote is coming out in January about her, I want to read a quote from her about the uses of breaking in her own understanding of form, and Black form in particular. So she says about The Bluest Eye. Have many of you read The Bluest Eye? Yeah, okay, so you know this book, right? So I don't need to give you context. So to write the novel from the Black female child's point of view had in fact posed an interesting problem for Morrison. Quote, the main character could not stand alone since her passivity made her a narrative void. Morrison comes up with a solution: break the narrative into parts that had to be reassembled by the reader. This was, as she put it, an attempt to shape a silence while breaking it. I think when she says break the silence, she doesn't just mean in the colloquial fashion, to break a silence is to speak. I think she actually means she's taking silence, absence, negativity, the void that is Piccola, and breaking that. What would it mean to break something that is already in absence? The negation of a negation, right? And what you find is that the novel is really interested in breaking up perspectives, but also in breaking this absence, this silenced voice, which is why, though many people, even when they recall The Bluest Eye, they think it's Piccola telling her story of wanting blue eyes. You only get her voice once, and you get it in dialogue with another Piccola because she has been broken in two, right? So Morrison is really actively pushing against even the form of the novel in her first book, right? So for me, when I think about like the Black canon and someone like Morrison, or think about George Schuyler, Black No More, which is a satirical science fiction novel from the 30s. Or I think about Autobiography of an Ex-Colored Man, which is this crazy hybrid text with bits of music, or The Souls of Black Folk, right? Du Bois writes science fiction. Like the Black canon is always breaking form. And so to me, it's almost a continuity, right? What I'm trying to do.
Well, can I just, because I feel like that's so critical, right? What you're saying in terms of, breaking form, when I think, if we can think about like, why do we have a canon? Why do we create this thing called a canon? And I think it's really about kind of shared language too, so when you say the bluest eye and the room goes, when I was up there and I said, this is Ayikwe, I didn't have to explain. Everyone's like, yeah. If I talk about Fred or June, we know what we're talking about. These are our texts, and our language is breaking language. This is what we do. Yes. And so it's not about like canon, like I want to be a part of this thing that is set up over here, but it's more like, let's talk about how we as humans use language and interact and use story to kind of stay alive and share ourselves.
I think canon gets wielded as like a power mechanism. Yeah. It's like, it very much is like this authoritative thing that you have to know, et cetera, et cetera. But actually canon is a conversation. And it's an ongoing conversation. And Morrison was very interested in maintaining. She says, I don't want to do without the canon. And she means they're the white canon. She's talking about Shakespeare and Aeschylus. She said, I don't want to do without that. But we could expand that into just have more people in the conversation. And as you say, like, be able to talk to each other about literature by all reading the same things.
Yeah. I love how you talk about canon, and it makes me think about two questions, like to be always in conversation with the canon and like why the canon is set up. Sometimes when I understand the canon, I feel like it's like set up, it's so didactic, and it's like you have to follow this form, and if you don't follow this form, you're outside of it, you're outside of history, you're outside of everything, and it just like, at times it feels like it's used to marginalize writers.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in educational spaces.
And I think about that meme where that sister is like just sitting there and she takes a drag of her cigarette and she goes, to you.
Yeah, for you.
Who's making that decision? Yeah. And again, like, without having someone from on high making a decision, we already are doing that. When we talk about like, we use these stories not just to talk about literature, but to talk about ourselves through stories. By saying, oh, I was having a Picola kind of day. I'm saying something that we know, and then now I'm bringing this whole tradition into the conversation, and then again, what we do with language. I mean, we're sitting in DC, we're in America, like, American English doesn't exist without blackness, without Black English. Like, we rewrite the language all the time, and nobody's saying, well, now that's how we say it. It's just now everybody's saying it.
Yeah.
There's an anecdote in here about Morrison wrote an introduction to Huck Finn, and she was talking to a scholar, and the scholar went and found out in the archives that Mark Twain based Huckleberry Finn's voice, which is a first-person voice, on a little black boy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So she wrote an essay called Was Huck Black? And she was like, Morrison inspired her because Morrison was like, when we look back at these canonical texts, let's actually like find ourselves there, right? Because we are actually at the center. Yeah. This use of the canon to marginalize us is actually a rewriting of the real history of literature.
But we are at the center. But like when we're thinking about like when writers like who are not like, white writers, I would say, who are talking about Black books, right? They never talk about the style, the innovation, like the creativity, like the breaking the form.
Yes.
They always talk about like, oh, this was a great book about racism and marginalization, and right? And I was telling you, I interviewed Brendan Taylor, and his first book, a lot of critics were like, this book is about racism, et cetera. And he was like, I didn't even know that. It was just about a Black college student. And so why aren't our books peered to that, like, that idea of craft and breaking the form?
They don't have the range.
That's literally what Morrison says. She's like, I long for a critic who will know what I mean when I say church or community, or when I say ancestor or chorus, because my books come out of those things and represent how they function in the Black cosmology. Because there's a sense that Black texts, as she says, they always get read as sociology, as tolerance, not as a serious, rigorous art form. I love this. She says, I've always had a secret desire to write reviews of white people's books from that point of view. I think it would be a scream. I'd say, this is a better book than that book because that's the way white people really are. And she has this like lovely thought experiment. It's like, what if like we read them the way they read us, which is as like these identitarian things. And part of the reason I wrote this book about Morrison is to focus on her formal experiments, her avant-garde, techniques, the things that she's doing, which she roots in Black cultural practices, right, are so brilliant, but there's just no context, right? It's like, this is why I bring up the bluest eye. When people talk about the bluest eye, they talk about the message of the bluest eye. They don't talk about the incredibly formal, almost like groundbreaking innovation, right? She starts the book with a primer, right? And she runs the words together. She tells the story of this little Black girl from the perspective of everybody else, and has only one chapter about her, right? These are really, really radical things she's doing, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah. Well, it's perspectival too, like when you say as an identitarian thing, I mean, that gets at the it, because it's like I walk down, someone is looking at me and they see this is a Black person walking down, this is a Black woman. It's not like a person is walking down the street. You got to append it in some way and other it, which means other from whiteness, which is normative and central. And it's like, so then if I only exist over here as an other, then my story is only other. My thoughts are only other. All of this, and so it's kind of like, what do I have in common with? Well, what do you have in common with any of these people? How many servants you got? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? But there's a humanity that gets erased before the conversation is even had, so that there is no way to see through the scrim, because I don't even accept the other side of it.
I just want to slow down this conversation and like really pinpoint this, because I feel like it's really revolutionary and I've never thought about it. The fact that we're saying right now, just Black writers have been always breaking the canon, have always been like, just using hypertext, have been always like innovative in their writing, right? Just throughout history, and it's not something that's brand new. That's really radical to me.
Well, I think it's in some ways, Morrison locates it in Black cultural practices, right? Which for her are Afro-diasporic. So the things that people were doing on the continent with language, with culture, got brought over, and they started doing the same thing, even as they were forced into becoming Christian, into learning English, right? Only speaking English. Those cultural practices then get applied. And so that's already radical, right? Because you're already merging things across cultures. But it's almost by definition, right, that the Black American tradition is going to break form, because one of the main things that they told us was that we did not have language. We did not have the capacity for words. We did not have the capacity to think. So simply to write a book about a Black person thinking is already radical. It's already a revolutionary thing. Do you know what I'm saying? I think for Morrison, it's a very key to keep in mind just how, I don't know how to put it. It's like, it's life-giving, right? You are being killed. Your culture is being killed. Your language is being destroyed. You're being denied even the capacity to think or use words. And then you go and write, the narrative of Frederick Douglass. You know what I mean? It's actually incredible. And it's breaking, it's not just breaking language or form, it's breaking the terms of existence that are being placed on us.
It's the terms of existence, right? It's like people's minds are breaking. When I say you don't have the range, it's like, no, really, shatters you a little bit to think about that. When we think like, and go back through history, why did they burn the library at Alexandria? Why did, like, we cannot handle that, like, oh, I've been over here thinking and inventing and making math and doing all these things.
Exactly.
And then you're like, whoa, that freaks me out, so I have to kill it, you know, with fire and things. And then I get to feel better about, like, that this is what I do, and I don't get what you're doing over there. And then we carry it over here. I mean, oh, DEI, oh, it's horrible. It's just like, well, no. Sorry, but how many generations of we have to be twice as good to get half as far? And she's like, now we're all twice as good.
Yeah.
You just can't compete against us. That doesn't mean that, like, suddenly we're sneaking our way in. We're just better than you because we had to be to get this far. And and this is what tumbles down. And it's just like, if I think about that, oh, now I'm complicit and implicit in a whole lot of stuff, and it breaks my brain and who I think I am and what I think the world is. Because if you actually have all this agency and power and knowledge and whatnot, then what the hell am I doing? And I can't go there, so boop, close the door. And this must be about racism, right? Which I won't engage at the level of the sentence I just said was racism.
Right, exactly. The question itself, right? You know, I, just as a more specific example, because this is very broad, genre fiction, right? Science fiction, surrealism, magical realism. These are things that I'm very interested in doing in my own work. And I've done some reviewing of like science fiction texts where somebody changes their race through some kind of science fiction mechanism. Black No More is a great example. There's a machine that you go in and it turns you white, and then there's a reverse machine that turns you black. And then sometimes it's a chemical and what have you. And what I find really, you know, fascinating about this is that you have a lot of people now, including, for example, Matt Ruff, who wrote Lovecraft Country. Did any of y'all see that show? Right. So it's based on this book of a linked short story collection, Lovecraft Country, by this white writer. And in the afterward, he's like, I just felt like it was really important to bring Black writers and people and ideas into what is traditionally a white genre, which is science fiction. And I was like, that's just not true. I know. That's just not true. Like, the Conjure Tales, right? Like, how is that not, you know, like fantasy science fiction, right? Du Bois wrote a short story about a man taking a potion and turning black. He wrote a post-apocalyptic story that's, you know, in Darkwater. He wrote poems that imagine what if Christ came back and he was black. Like, we've been doing this actually longer than you have. Like, and so the idea that we need to be brought into something, into this space to diversify that space, I think is a denial of the fact that we were there first, actually. We've been doing this.
I want to talk a little bit more about like the critics, because, you know, what you just mentioned is about like the critics and how like a lot of critics majority of critics are white, and a lot of them don't know how to talk about our work, right? And how to like really give us like our humanity when they're talking about our work. And part of that is like it needs to be diversified, but then how can critics, I think, especially white critics or even Black critics, talk about like Black art without like segregating it, and talk about the craft and the innovation and uplift it in that way?
I mean, I feel like I kind of want to quote Ta-Nehisi and just say, was silence not an option? Like, literally, oh, how do you write about that? You hire me. Like, why do you have to write about it? Why is your perspective what needs to be centered? Yeah. Or why do I need to filter this through how you think about it? Yeah. What if you ask, hey, you who knows this, who's been doing this and studying this your whole life and working it, and what if, I want to know what you think. What do you see here? Yeah. And again, the reason that doesn't happen is power and agency and money and all that things, but also because, like, if I accept that actually you know this, then again, like, I'm de-seating myself in a way that feels really uncomfortable and shatters what I think I do and know. But again, it's kind of like, it's killing you too even more slowly, you stupid motherfucker. It's like, yeah, you're actually not preserving this space for yourself by doing so. You're really just kind of again, erasing yourself from what's really happening, and we're making what's really happening here. So if you say, well, let me see how I can filter this through whiteness, it's just like, well, A, that's not what this is about. B, that's really super boring. You know, C, like, why? When if you want to understand what this text is, ask us.
Yeah.
We'll tell you. I could write the essay, you could write the essay, you could write the essay. Why do you have to write it? Just because you've decided you're the essayist?
Yeah, I think when Morrison says, you know, black people must be the ones to set our criteria in criticism. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're the only ones to write criticism, but it is through knowledge of Afro-diasporic culture that we're able to read our own literature through that lens, right? And you just have to, and you have to push back, as we see Morrison do in interview after interview. When are you going to write about white people? She's like, I have, first of all, and second of all, that question itself is ridiculous, is racist. You would never ask that of a white writer. So you have to. There's a lot of pushing back, and you know, I'm from Zambia. I've been to a lot of literary events in England, which is because Zambia is a former British colony. My first novel was published, both of my novels were published in England as well. And I have so many events where I have to push back. I just have to push back because the level of racism is just, and it's so blithe. You know, they just ask the most ridiculous questions. Like, what is it like to write literature from, you know, these hells on earth where, you know, the economy is falling apart? And I have to be like, well, didn't y'all just say Greece was an economic basket case? Like, y'all are falling apart too. And also, what does that have to do with my short story? Like, you know what I mean? So I think a lot of it has to be pushing back. And also creating the knowledge, right? So Morrison was not just an incredible novelist and a critic, she also was an editor, right? And the work that she did as an editor wasn't just to get more black voices. It was to get radical black fiction and poetry into the world. So the work of Gail Jones, who writes incredibly experimental fiction, right? Morrison published her first. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. We just recently, I just did an event for a novel, the last novel that Morrison edited at Random House before she left. It was a book called Fish Tales by Nettie Jones. And it had fallen out of print, and they just reissued it. This book is so edgy, it's so smart, it's written in these tiny vignettes. And it's very different from Morrison. You know, it's quite bawdy, it's kind of raunchy. And you can tell that she's not the most comfortable. In her letter, she's like, maybe these hustler type scenes could go, you know, like in her editorial letter. She's not, you know, she's not fully on board with everything that Nettie Jones is trying to represent, but she can tell that at the level of form, Nettie Jones is doing something really innovative and exciting. So I think also helping each other. I'm a reader for a lot of black writers. There's a new book by Stephanie Wambui called Lonely Crowds that I read and edited and blurbed. And you just have to work with each other, I think, in order to get the work out there. Because once we have sufficient numbers of a real range of experimental fictions, they're going to have to recognize, they can't just be like, oh, this is just another version of The Bluest Eye, whatever, you know.
Well, and I think another part of that that's important is that when I say they're missing the humanity of us, which means they're missing the humanity of our texts as well, which again is like, if this novel, yes, it's blackness, all the cultural stuff that is in there, but it's essentially a human story, and you're missing that because you can only see the blackness of it, the blackness on it. And blackness, you know, like, we can take culture and take it back through eons and ages and ages and ages. This idea of kind of like this created blackness that goes on top of something is its own kind of strangeness, right? So if we just say, well, I can't see you as a little girl human because I see you as a black little girl. Says a little girl, you know what I mean? It's just like, no, you're literally just a little girl. That's what you all are. And so if we can, like, take that, then we can say, actually, not what people are doing with language and form and experimentation and even traditional narrative is doing what we as people do with and for each other. And so it's not something that's over there, like there's literature and then there's black literature. No, well, you guys are just doing it whitely if we're doing it blackly. Like it's not, it's still doing this thing. And that's let's talk about that.
You know, when both of you are talking, I just realized that like there's a need to also break the literary canon, like the literary criticism canon, right? In order to break with that, because sometimes I feel like it skews so white, right? So there's a need to break in how we talk about like books by Black writers, which is important because I never, in grad school, I did, my MFA in creative writing, and I never thought it was possible to become a critic of books. I thought, oh, I can write books, right? But I never thought, oh, there's a space for Black writers to critique books, right? And I think that's just, and until like I was like, oh, I can just do this, right? And I don't need the gatekeepers, because also there's a gatekeeper thing that happens. And so I really think it's important for us to understand that when we're writing and talking about books by Black writers, we don't have to follow that the way it's being done, right? We can create our own narrative in how we critique these books, which is really important.
Well, it's critical too. I mean, I think that, because we don't have us reviewing and discussing and commenting on our work, we're not getting it to us. And so if only somebody over there who we're not reading anyway is talking about the work, it's missing something really important in terms of connection. And I also think, to your point, that it's really important, especially these days, for us to really rethink and experiment with the form of criticism, of review, of these things. Like, how are we bringing books into conversation that isn't like it's going to be on page B7 of a newspaper when nobody's picking up newspapers anyway? Well, how do I have a conversation about this novel that is in conversation with you all, that everybody finds it and reads it and it's like, oh, now I want to talk about this thing. Now I want to talk about this thing. How am I stitching it? How am I this? Whatever it is.
Yeah, I think when we say criticism, we often elide it with critique, like we're going to be saying negative things, but the history of criticism really is just reading, right? So for me, it's like, it's just a version of reading, and sometimes that reading can fall into reading is fundamental, first came reading, then came shade. It can also be reading in that way, like when you give somebody a read. And I think Morse's form as a critic really is shade. I have a whole chapter on her critical method as shade. But shade is also tender, right? There's you can only throw shade if you know everything about somebody to the detail, so that you could read them really. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And so that kind of attention can also accompany the criticism part of criticism, the critique part. Hanif Abdurraqib talks about how, you got to have a combination of love and hate, really, when you're talking about things, because otherwise you're not, engaging with it really. If it's just praise, then that's nothing. And if it's just hate, then that's useless. So it actually has to be this engaged reading process. So I don't know. I think my recommendation for everything in this regard is just for us to read more.
Yeah, and I'm just going to harp on Black criticism again, because we need Black writers to be critics. Because I think, again, when there's a Black writer engaging in literary criticism, I think it's really pushing a further conversation, sometimes pushing the writer to think differently, think about their choices differently. And I think it's elevating the conversation. And we need that elevation in the conversation, because then I think everything else gets elevated. Well,
that's what you do with the book club. Is so critical, right? When we think about we need to be reading these books, but not just by myself in a room. Read them together, read them with other people, have a conversation. Let this be part of the subject of us together and thinking through things. It pushes the work in a much deeper way. It opens it up. These are seeds that you can then spread all over the community. And I think that's what the work exists to go out and do its work. And if it's not, and that means we got to hand it off.
Should we hand it up?
Yes. Is it time? Okay, we're gonna do a Q&A for 2 questions.
Yeah, she's coming.
This could have been longer, guys. 3 hours later.
That's good.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon now. And thank you for this panel. I was nearly breaking my wrist taking notes, so and quoting y'all. So as y'all were talking, I wrote down, okay, music, da 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 da. Okay, pushing back. I wrote this as I was listening to y'all, just like think. I said pushing back as a form of resistance, but also education, AKA teaching humanity. And that was kind of like a synthesis of what I gathered from y'all, what I've been thinking about a lot, like the fact that every time we push back, it's a form of education for everyone, but I think especially dominant groups. And I'd wanted to know what y'all thought of that in your work, your recent books, but also just the Black canon in general.
Well, like I said, there's versions of pushing back that are just very literal, where you are asked a question and you turn the question back on the questioner, right? And that's, I think, just a way of getting people to interrogate their premises, like, where is that question coming from? What must you believe about the world to ask that kind of question? But I also think, pushing back on certain expectations that readers have of what our work is supposed to do. So I think there's a long tradition of people getting very angry, readers getting very angry with Black writers for not giving them what they expect, whether it's racial uplift or racial catharsis for white people. It's like, I want to feel good about myself, so I'm going to read this book by this Black person that's going to make me feel good about myself. Just a satisfying, set of reference points to things that are familiar. Oh, I understand what this book is doing because it's referring to all the different tropes of Blackness that I recognize from pop culture, right? I try to push against that stuff in my own work, and I can talk about it in the context of my first novel, which is set in Zambia for the most part. It tells the story of my country from the 19th century to the near future, and it goes through multiple genres. So historical fiction, magical realism, social fiction, ends up in science fiction. And there are a lot of people who are like, but like, that's not what an African novel is supposed to do. And I was like, well, why not? But also there was a sense, I literally had somebody come to the Museum of the African Diaspora in San Francisco, where I was based at the time, and they sat in my reading like this, they fell asleep, and then at the end, they came up to me and they're like, I'm going to Zambia to do some, NGO work, and so I'm buying your novel, and I came to this event because I was hoping you can help me, like, as a guide. And I was like, yeah, my novel is a very irresponsible guide because you're not going to know when you read it what's real history and what's not, because I'm playing with magical realism. I'm playing, there's a Zambian space program in my novel. Turns out that's real history. A man in the 60s tried to have a Zambian space program, but you wouldn't know that because he's next to a woman who's got hair growing out of her, and that's fiction. You know what I mean? So I'm playing with these expectations and undermining them in my own work. To me, that's a way of pushing back against what has been projected onto me as what I'm supposed to do as a good Black writer. Does that make sense?
Well, and those expectations, again, come from this kind of colonial essentialism kind of thing. Like, I would say that sounds like a perfect guide to Zambia. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, oh, now I get this people, this culture, this place. I understand what we're doing here, all of that, you know?
Well, what's funny is that people who've been to Zambia, even if they're not Zambians, when they read my book, they're like, this was such a perfect evocation of Zambia. But that's because they've been there, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to teach you that if you don't go.
And that's also in the pushback, too, is it's important, like, to push back against not just like false readings of us, but for the sake of it, but because if I'm pushing back against this false reading, then someone like you who's like, oh no, I totally got that, gets that affirmation, like, no, you're right, don't listen to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have room for one more question. That was the last question? Oh, unfortunately, that was the last question. Thank you everyone for coming out, and thank our panelists. Thank you everyone.
What? Is this on? Well, thank you again for coming. We will be having our networking brunch lunch in the reading room, which is next door. So please feel free to head over there, grab a lunch, network with fellow writers, poets, or anyone here at MSRC or Howard, and we will be back for our next session at 1:30. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Good, how are you? All right. 1 second. Okay. So if you were here for the first session, welcome back. Thank you for coming back. And if this is your first session of the day, I just want to say welcome to the final day of the International Black Writers Festival hosted by Moorland-Spingarn Research Center here at Howard University. My name is Lovelace Boafo, and I'm the project manager of the Black Press Archives here at MSRC. From our events to our clothing, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves in protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like this festival. To keep up to date with our events and news, follow us on Instagram at MoorlandHU, and check out our website at msrc.howard.edu. So our next event for the day is a poetry reading, and I would like to welcome Joshua Myers, who is an associate professor of Africana Studies here at Howard University, to the stage. So again, please help me welcome Joshua Myers.
All right, thank you. Today, the first words belong to Assata Shakur. I believe in living. I believe in the spectrum of beta days and gamma people. I believe in sunshine, in windmills and waterfalls, tricycles and rocking chairs. And I believe that seeds grow into sprouts and sprouts grow into trees. I believe in the magic of the hands and in the wisdom of the eyes. I believe in rain and tears and in the blood of infinity. I believe in life, and I have seen the death parade march through the torso of the earth, sculpting mud bodies in its path. I have seen the destruction of the daylight and seen bloodthirsty maggots prayed to and saluted, even at Howard University last week. I have seen the kind become the blind, and the blind become the bind in one easy lesson. I have walked on cut glass. I have eaten crow and blunder bread and breathed the stench of indifference. I have been locked by the lawless, handcuffed by the haters, gagged by the greedy, and if I know anything at all, it's that a wall is just a wall and nothing more at all. It can be broken down. That's right. I believe in living. I believe in birth. I believe in the sweat of love and in the fire of truth. And I believe that a lost ship, steered by tired, seasick sailors, can still be guided home to port. That's Affirmation by Assata Shakur. So we're here about the fire of truth. And I can say a whole lot about who we are. Everybody here, maybe besides me and Gabrielle, are legends in their own right. But I'm Joshua Myers. I'm an associate professor of Africana Studies at Howard University. And I've been here since 2013. So I've seen some things, but as a student, I started in 2005, so I've seen some things. And this needs to be the place again where we can do this kind of work again because it is urgent in this moment. And the poets have something to say. In fact, the poets are the ones who have access to the act of creation through the word. It is always the poets. There's a reason why Assata starts with poetry. Words can not only destroy, they can cleanse and they can recreate. And we're in that moment again, because we're always in that moment, because the poets help us understand it. And it is the poets that's going to get us back on the right track. And so that's why we're here. I am also editor of a Gathering Together literary journal. It's an online journal where we publish poetry, but also other forms of literature. Gabrielle Oliver, who will read right after me, is an associate editor of A Gathering Together. We just came back from Dallas, Texas, where we did this work together, helping develop, produce, create the opportunities for writers to sit with this moment, to create out of this moment. Gabrielle is also an MFA grad from the University of Kentucky, and she's my former student at Howard University. After Gabrielle, and I don't use the word legend lightly, my students are here, you know I don't do that. But after Gabrielle, we will have A.B. Spellman, who really is a legend. Yes, sir. Who's someone like me who writes about music, we always go back to his work, particularly the music that some people call jazz, we call improvised creative Black expression. A.B. Spellman is the author of numerous collections of poetry, including a new collection, Between the Night and Its Music. Brother Jan has it back there. You must leave with it. And you must get the opportunity to get it signed. This is A.B. Spellman here in the flesh. He was Howard grad as well. He was here back in the 1950s. His work spans the spectrum of criticism, poetry, Black literariness, Black politics. Go check out his interview with Malcolm X. This is who you are who is in the midst with us, someone who interviewed Malcolm X. And so he will read after Gabrielle, and then after that, I'm gonna let Kenny, Laini, and Yao figure out the next order. But Kenny, who Yao just described to me as the godfather of DC Black poetry, Kenneth Carroll is with us today. Laini Mataka is also here with us today. Laini was the first person that came to mind when Brother Ben said, "You gonna do a reading?" He's like, "Yeah, and we need to do poets from the community." Laini is our poet. If there's a movement, Laini is there. And so we also have Brother Yao, also no stranger to Howard University, but he is currently at Bowie State. Yao will tell you probably about this, but he has a shirt on. He's the founder of Karibu Books. And you can correct me about the origin story, but it has its origins on this campus. It has its origins on this campus. We were a reading people, or we were trying to be a reading people. People like Yao was pushing us to be a reading people. There's a form of entrepreneurship that's about serving the community, being with the community. But Brother Yao was also a writer, and so Yao will share with us as well. Did Brian come? Okay. If Brian Gilmore does grace us, Brian Gilmore will read too. Because it's important to say this because he is currently working on a book on the DC poetry scene. And I think when that book comes out, it will really help us reset. It will help us reset. It will help orient us younger folk, but also help us reset. And so with that being said, I'm gonna do two relatively, I think maybe quick poems, and then I'm gonna get out of the way for Gabrielle Oliver. The first one is from my first collection, Holy Ghost Key. This was a book that I wrote in conversation with and in community with sound, particularly improvised music. And so I would go to live sets and I would write, kind of like James Phillips, who is a visual artist. He told us he would go to Coltrane sets with his sketchbook, and he would start his paintings at Coltrane live sets. And so I said, what would happen if I tried to write while this music was happening? And so this is what happened. This poem is called On Holiness. Any holiness, folk? Holiness is right. You know what they say. On holiness, love, and I'm going to offend the holiness people. On holiness, love, and gangster shit. Just in case anyone doubts that Black muses are holy, let me tell you about the time Terrace Martin's gray area used Blessed Assurance as the foundation for Kirk Franklin's love, as the foundation for understanding the ways Black folk in the Crenshaw district of Los Angeles create community to sustain life. LA gangster shit, a survival system for a people constantly at war with the police. Street code, a response to a war that declares your existence is criminal. LA is where a saxophone can save your life. A saved life sounds like what Nipsey Hussle's voice sounds like, a Holy Ghost mounts Terrace Martin's horn, plays a South Central tone poem calling for peace. Blues for Crenshaw district warriors, battling on day in and day out. These hard bop narrations of getting here from there. Blues for lives lived under the I-10, places reduced to the reductionist logic of the hood, where there are, quote, no humans involved. LA is where you encounter Valdez dancing under the freeway, who reminds us that holy instruments shape the mood of a people, who know that this thing we call life means more than life live under this freeway. Funk and soul, this sound as foundation of the magic that pimps a butterfly. This genealogy of struggles, persistence, refrain, live life on our terms. Crenshaw ghosts play the sound of Black life lived. LA is where sacred music makes us whole. Hip hop insists on community in the face of episodic challenges. Crenshaw is a village, a place to nurture a special kind of love. Making music here is a holy task, causing a shift, breaking something, recreating us. It requires a deep sense of care. LA is where Terrace Martin is this sound's caretaker. Constructing altars that showcase the power of this sound, making sure our ancestors are fed, so we too are fed, listening for them. Their sound is all the evidence we need that folk of the Crenshaw district have mastered how to love and how to behold each other. Just in case you doubted, this is holy ground. So all 30-something poems are reactions to the sound. Terrace Martin is a saxophone player, also the producer of Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly, also someone who was a Crip. What does all this mean? Someone who is pointing us to a way of being in the world. And so there's one more copy of this back there at Sankofa. I'm gonna just say that. And I'm going to read a new poem and get out of the way. This is If We Were Birds, after Flowetry and dedicated to Assata Shakur. If we were birds, perhaps we could better see. Perhaps we might better understand that freedom can exist in this world right now. That we do not have to accept all that we do see. We might realize that there are other things to see. Because right now, it seems we can't really see. We can't even conceptualize the freedom that Assata deserved, at least not without our music. Assata loved the way we sounded, because that was how we would live if we could live, if we could only see that. If we could only see that our political terms are incapable. Our ideological debates are incapable and insufferable. Our terms of order are the terms of capture. They are the same terms that tried to capture Assata and then could not. Her freedom might mirror ours if we could see. If we were birds that could fly away. Freedom is the sound of the wind on her face. It is the crackle of the ocean at her door. It is the relationship between the rays of sun that grow the reeds and threads that make sound bend and break. The freedom Assata deserved is not found in the existential reality she faced. It is not found in the political logics she refused. None of us can imagine this freedom, at least not without our sounds. Not without first imagining the power of an ancestral whisper, turned into a hum, turned into a melody, turned into a direction, turned into the flight of birds. Assata waded in ancestral waters, and that's how she knew. We must know now. We must listen now, because the winds have not stopped blowing. The sun has not stopped shining. The river still flows. And if we cannot see, it is because all of the political messages we have received and all of the plans others have made for us come from all of the people who wanted Assata dead. And because they wanted her dead, they wanted us dead. They want us dead because they are opposed to the wind. They are opposed to the sun. And they are opposed to the water. They don't want us to imagine the freedom that Assata Shakur deserved. So sing for Assata, because that is how we will see, and that is how we will live. Gabrielle? Gabrielle and I did not plan this situation. But if you want these Nikki Giovanni hoodies, which has a quote from her, right? You can go to gatheringtogether.com. It supports our writers. So we're actually doing another writers retreat in November for graduate students. The application just closed, but we might let a few people sneak in. Go to our IG, gatheringtogether.com, or Gathering Together for more information about that. But Gabrielle Oliver, thank you all.
Hey, y'all. I'm going to read some of these poems that really take us back, that stretch back to the ancestors, my ancestors, that without them, there is no me at Howard, there is no me in DC, there is no us in DC. I specifically want to read some poems about my ancestor, Peter Oliver, who is listed as one of the founders of American architecture and pottery in North Carolina specifically, and one of the co-founders that is, and the only co-founder who was formerly enslaved in that number. So these are some poems about him and his people and all of us. And when Josh speaks to, speaking fire to truth, I think that these are poems that resonate eerily or exactly how we expect them to today. So this first one is Free in 1810, and it starts off with a quote from my ancestor in 1788. I will agree to your terms, but you must give me a guarantee of security because the Bible commands it. Peter Oliver to Moravian Church, which were the people who owned him. This is Free in 1810. Free in 1810 mean singing or signing the conditions of your existence, closing your house to outside Negroes, and forming the church of Negro conspiracies, paying rent. Mean hearing Salem officials say, you are not so poor as you always like to appear. Mean breathing underground for clay. Mean fishing for coins with your teeth. Mean breaking the surface with the dirt in your mouth. Mean shaping bricks in the space of your jaw. Mean spitting out buildings. Mean wondering where your money is. Mean carving pipe stems 2 cents a piece. Mean asking where your money is. Mean using a reed you made to play the waiting game. Mean coughing up blood. Mean following up on where your money is. Mean fighting the cost of living with bad lungs. Mean paying rent with your life. Thank you. So this next poem is about that same ancestor and my dad. It's a contrapuntal poem, so I'm going to read it in my ancestor's voice, my father's voice, then I'll read their voices together. Peter versus David Oliver. Peter, heirlooms for freedom, for my ancestor. I pass down my skilled fingers because they are so versatile. My children's affliction or jubilation, is it like thumbs pushing clay mouths open, like the palms slope cradling clod clumps, like hands grabbing, unearthing my terracotta figures, like pinkies parting mounds of argil at the center. Do descendants will my fingers to trace out self-emancipation and abandon family in the process? David Oliver, Heirlooms for Freedom, for my dad. For the purpose of getting free is everything I have becoming like callus from digits pressed to steel strings, like knuckles bent around long necks, like thinner pressing, muting electric voices, like hands dragging my ex-wife over parking lot asphalt, like wrist constrained, cuffed by a police officer. Do descendants will my fingers to trace out self-emancipation and abandon family in the process? Peter versus David Oliver, Heirlooms for Freedom, for my ancestor and dad. I pass down my skilled fingers for the purpose of getting free, because they are so versatile. Is everything I have becoming my children's affliction or jubilation? Is it like callus from digits pressed to steel strings, like thumbs pushing clay mouths open, like knuckles bent around long necks, like the palm slope cradling clod clumps, like thinner pressing, muting electric voices, like hands grabbing, unearthing my terracotta figures, like hands dragging my ex-wife over parking lot asphalt, like pinkies parting mounds of argil at the center, like wrist constrained, cuffed by a police officer? Do descendants will my fingers to trace out self-emancipation and abandon family in the process? This next one is another contrapuntal, and it has to do with the widow and divorcee of those last people I just mentioned. So this one is for my ancestor, Christina, Peter Oliver's wife, and my mom. This is widow versus divorcee. Widow, for Christina, my husband is dead is not an excuse for not paying the rent, but I cannot build a home from the metal in his lungs. He, the kind of man who found a way to throw up plates of Catlinite-colored resentment. Divorcee, for my mother. To me, loving a white woman, then leaving your family, and manipulating memory of my bruised branch-like limbs scatters responsibility like contents of my purse on roller rink parking lot and ideas of Catlinite-colored resentment. Widow versus divorcee, for Christina and my mother. My husband is dead. To me, loving a white woman is not an excuse for then leaving your family, not paying the rent, and manipulating memory, but I cannot build a home of my bruised branch-like limbs from the metal in his lungs. He scatters responsibility like the kind of man who found a way to throw up contents of my purse on roller rink parking lot and plates ideas of Catlinite-colored resentment. This last poem is one I want to read just in consideration of currently recent events, I would say, in Mississippi. If you know, you know. This is More. It's a dictionary poem, and we are getting this dictionary or definition, should I say, of more from Samuel Johnson's Dictionary of the English Language, published in 1755. This is more. 1, a marsh, a fen, a bog, a tract of watery and low grounds. See, sambo, swing, suspended by fettered wrists, rung with rope, watch from down low, lower than the moor's blood sinking into summer sward of blue violet, a sweet breeze beaten into copper waft. Whips drive into his back and chariot the soul a little further from Salem, with every lash, his body already becoming earth, even though breaths still shift the sun on his shoulders. 2, a Negro, a blackamoor. Say a prayer for every Moor's shadow tied to dangling feet, whether dead or too living to be cured from drapetomania. No matter the years emancipated, I will always carry the heaviness of those days in my clay-colored shoulders. Though it may cost me my life, I'm willing to let skin fall down my back, like Sambo's flesh gravitates home. And if we read the left margin of this poem, you read, swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Thank y'all.
All right. When you get old, you get to spend a lot more time with your doctors. Yeah. So I'm going to apologize for reading and running. I have to take my wife downtown to get an MRI, which she needs. She's okay, but I got to do that. I was asked to read a poem or poems that related to D.C., and so I've selected a poem called The City Poet on the Stroll. The stroll being the street where all the action takes place. You'll hear a lot of archaic slang in this poem. The stroll in question was U Street, back when it was like the grand promenade of D.C. It is about a poet named Gaston Neal. See, the Gaston is known in this audience. Gaston was from Pittsburgh and had just moved to D.C. in 1956-57, which is the time that this poem occurs. I was in the class of 56, by the way, to give you a sense of when that is. I know you didn't think there was a history that long. There are a lot of glosses in it, so I'll give you some of them. The terms skag and doogie are used. They refer to heroin. The Howard Theater, those days you could go to the Howard in the afternoon, see a double feature, a show that included a major big band, a comedian, a tap dancer, and a male and female singer for 70 cents. 70 cents was harder to come by too, but still, I mean, you could afford a date in those days. I mentioned Peg Leg Bates. Peg Leg Bates was a one-legged tap dancer. And don't laugh, because Peg Leg could go. Yeah. There are probably others, but what the hell. All right. The thing about Gaston was a heroin addict for many years of his life. He died sober. I'm glad of that. But it was a problem that he had and had to deal with and had to fight off. It's called The City Poet on the Stroll. My fast-walking buddy slowed down. For forever, he spun round corners, his hustle in his bag, his habits in overdrive, too quick for the breeze, too slick for the roller. 14th and U changed colors in the stretching seasons before and after us. Jelly Roll, hustler to the bone, that's Jelly Roll Morton, a New Orleans pianist who claimed to have invented jazz, which he did not. Also, Duke Ellington is coming next, okay. Jelly Roll, hustler to the bone, the lordly Duke, swooped through here, derbied and spat it, wolfing on soft-hatted women, all fine in their honeyed aspect. Walls of his heart, cool blow that whips the flame, the corners dancing gravitons pull the brown swells home. My buddy's base spot in Pittsburgh, the Crawford Grill, housed bebop-liberated hip boys swung out of cabs' neat seats with reed pleats into yardbirds' redefined tweeds and shades. My hip-talking buddy told stories of the Pittsburgh Hill. Murphy men were con artists. There was a game called the Murphy Game. Murphy men playing on the respectable greedy, knife fights in the pool room that didn't even stop the games. My buddy danced them to life for White, the mad painter, and me. In our new day, 56th, 57th, 9th and U, 14th and U, sweet and sour Georgia Avenue, were as swinging as DC owned. Some flicks in this block, Latin dance in that loft, hard bop in this basement, brown bags in that cabaret, Fats Domino and Peg Leg Bates at the Howard. I knew the facades and parlors. My quick-stepping buddy knew the back rooms and alleys. Upstairs at Abart's, Buck and Gus and Stump let me sing on the last set to a near-empty room. I like to think because the squares had split and they thought the crowd down enough. But in truth, they were tired. So here, AB, have the mic. Angel Eyes in C. I wanted a cool like Johnny Hartman's. My next buddy didn't care. He wanted to rap about the Mallarmé in my back pocket. I knew books, but craved the corners city poets from Baudelaire to Langston had told me of. He knew the streets, but craved the books he had no guide for. He said, "So, go there with me. I know hard nuance that will decorate the rills of your brain with glow and shadow. Rooms of this limp city where men still jam the Delta blues to the rim-shot percussion of dice against the baseboard. No back doors to alleys where the trade is in the pleasures at the edge of the skin. The census order rules. You learn to see as the blind see, with the light of knowing what the books don't teach. With the omniscient eye of living when the power wants you dead." "Yes," I said. "Come here with me. I know verse that will not leave you even as the years abbreviate memory. Lines to make a family of. Show you that thought you almost had when the gray sickness surrounds you and the scream wouldn't sound. How like the streets the broken line page is. You learn to read it down below your reason, down beneath the bottom, where mad, lost truth cringes and hides. But the streets are treacherous in their virtue. Skag poisoned my swift-stepping buddy, put a dip in his stance and a slide in his stride, snaked a loo line of veins all through him, traced a map of scars round his now tilting form. Skag whored his love of books, bent the eye, the radical of his poems, down to corrupted concrete earth. Still, my book-hustling buddy made a lyric of the stroll, sang poems of walls made of roaches near 14th Street and U, where the demon Doogie hung. No blood-thumping parasite could eat my buddy whole. I saw him build a school of Pan-African dreams where the art of struggle crossed the bloody waters from home to home. Black flame of the burning streets, flame of the muted poor, flame of his flaming corner. He danced from the crumbling walls with mad men and mad dogs screaming, "Kill Martin, kill Malcolm, kill me." We are not the only people who celebrate the death of our heroes by dying. Not alone in our festival of bones. Do not sing solo before the tumescent flame. We pantomime war in our dance of release and ululate fire and chorus at the brilliant air till it burns our throats and call it victory. We are alone in this collective isolation, this black isthmus where eye eats eye, and America, jailer and father. gives us the material to construct heroes better than cities. From that time, he hears the near Teutonic music of jackboots breaking the air as they descend toward his face. No fault there. It is the nature of jackboot wearers who echo the cries of those whom they have caused to hurt, to crave silence from the voice warriors of the burning night. No fault here. My heart first buddy hooked the corners, the alleys, the readers and the rappers to the fire and sirens, brought the brown classes to the venue of the city poem where dawn is closure for the after-hours hustler, the moon a lamp to work by, faith is the next vein shot, and hope is the will not to die today. My flipped out buddy knows such madness has value. My flipped out buddy knows such madness has value. Out too far, in too deep, stability of water, figments encircle the eye. This is the buddy who took Pound's chair at St. E's, who nursed lovers through the death side of suicide, who taught verse to the cellmates at Lorden. Ah, but my fast-walking buddy slowed down. Jewel did this. She is a dancer and showed him where the body ends. Not at the flesh's tips, but with the shapes embossed in air when the form flies away. Jewel is a mother and taught him where the body ends. Not with images stranded in space, but at the core of her, where new life curls and moves. Jewel is a lover who took him where the body does not end. The great good love slowed my buddy down. Thank you. Yes, it's me. Sorry to run y'all.
How are you? Okay. For the men, this is Return of the Kings. Whether you came into being as a Kamal or a Kevin, a just barely brown or a deeply fulfilling jet, all black men are the distant sons of the father of humankind. Encoded in your every gene is the power of the solar logos. Wrapped around each helix is a formula for greatness. Every black man has the option of evolving into a colossus or diminishing into a fool. The world knows who you are while marveling at the fact that you don't. You've been lied on, cheated, talked about, and mistreated, and still your story breaks through stone, survives floods, and burns endlessly through time. Your Zulu swag is like voodoo to those who envy you. Surrender is a language you never learned, a concept you could never quite get the hang of. Everything that breathes is a witness to your invincibility. No matter how many times you've been killed, you never stay dead. What would we do if the world tried to rotate without you? What good is inheriting the earth if your half of the mighty won't be there too? What other lips were designed so perfectly for a black woman's mouth? What other seed qualifies to bloom in a black woman's womb? Who else can whisper, baby, and calm the tempest, the frequent black women's souls? Who else's body can serve as a master lover to humanity's original mother? Who else can always find a way to crown a sister for a day? Langston may have known rivers, but I know fathers, men who know more about their children than about LeBron James and his men. Men who sometimes hustle and flow in and out of the law to provide sustenance and security and sunshine for their families. Men who will snatch the breath out of our body, do time for the crime, and march into hell to keep evil from seducing their children. Men whose love and respect for their mothers was their initiation into loving and respecting their wives. Men who push back when pushed and still stand when stomped. Men whose eyes may zigzag, but whose bodies stay welded to the hands they took in marriage. Men who lovingly wrap their hearts and fists around their children's friends and their friends' children. Men who wear an S on their hearts while they hold us all in their hands. Sankofa is the only road fit for a black man to travel. The sins of the first generation must be eradicated before they taint the second and the third. The baby daddy syndrome must be destroyed so would-be black heroes can personally groom their progeny. Those who won't pull up their pants will be kept in diapers until their male deficiency has been regulated by Ma'at. Deadbeats will be reprogrammed until their only priority is family and their only desire is to emulate the highly evolved masters and teachers who once walked the earth. Maladjusted lovers will discover that it's safer to play with death than a black woman's heart. Drug dealers and gangbangers will have a .45 caliber epiphany aimed at their heads till they turn themselves over to the power of the Nguzo Sabah. If being a man is too much for you to do, a special ancestor will be assigned to you. From now on, the re-emergence of the black man is the only music you should be listening to and the only reason you should be dancing. This is the real nitty-gritty. We still have people who are wondering, what did we do to deserve the treatment that we get from white people? Even after Dr. Welsing told us, we still have people wondering, what did we do? Well, they don't hate you. They're in awe of you, stunned repeatedly by the complexity of you, frustrated by their primitive inability to comprehend the depth of you, ashamed at how short they always come up when compared to you. They don't hate you. They admire you behind closed doors, fantasize about you under the covers, pretend to be you when no one is watching, and pray that one day they awake with the perfect bodies like yours. They don't hate you. It's just that they can't bear to watch you shoot hoops without getting nauseous. They have a hard time containing themselves when they see you run down a field. They want to scream in pain when they see you dance and wish the ground would swallow them up when you strut. They don't hate you. They just mad because they can't get a hold of your women like you can theirs. Your virility is all of their worst dreams come true. Your sex appeal, even with the volume turned all the way down, can be heard by all the women in the world, while theirs can just barely be discerned with a hearing aid. They don't hate you. They want your sun-kissed skin, your lips, your buttocks, and your good God Almighty. Their lives are ingrained with a savage envy of you. They want to rid the world of you so they can stop living in your shadow. They demonize you in a weak effort to discredit your divinity so that later they can look in the mirror without cursing at themselves. They don't hate you. If they did, they wouldn't study your music like interns studying medicine. They want to sing your blues without being black and blue. They want to feel what you feel when your bodies do things that, according to physics, are impossible. They want to siphon the joy out of your melanin so they can feel something and maybe be something more than paper dolls. They don't hate you. They know things about you that they can't afford to let you find out about yourself. They know if they treat you with fairness, you will leave their behinds in the dust. They know that if they lift the ban on color, your manhood will recover and change life as we know it on this planet. They don't hate you. They can't stand the internal strife of knowing they're missing something that you have in abundance, something you have so much of. They can't steal it, dismember it, neutralize it, castrate it, misdirect it, or even breed it out of you, which is why their desperation is so intense and deliberately aimed at duplicating your blackness and attaching it to their skin. They don't hate you. They hate themselves for adoring you, for recognizing you, for failing to be like you, for not being superior to you, for not being able to replenish their race like you do. They hate themselves for worshiping you against their own will. But more than anything, they hate themselves for not being you, and the period goes right there. This is a confession called Not a Poet. I am not a poet. I'm a devout transcriber for spirits known and unknown, a recorder of freedom cries and freedom denied. I'm Black history's mouthpiece and rebellion's archivist, a blacktivator of the tragically effete. I am not a poet. I'm a licensed gun, fresh out of rubber bullets, chock full of metaphors and similes. I'm a gargoyle, overseeing the secret entrance to Black world. My thoughts are weapons of mass destruction. My words are drones searching for handkerchief heads. I am not a poet. I'm a midwife, trying to keep our wombs from moonlighting as tombs. A journey agent bent on blazing a trail for souls that choose to throw down instead of singing the blues. I'm a pit bull, monitoring our narrative like the CIA does the USA. A butcher, cutting away at the fat so we can finally get down to the lean. I am not a poet full of obsolete, pedantic terms and sentiments that don't know how to heal. I'm the real deal and not a dark copy of a Pulitzer wannabe. I'm a pressure cooker about to blow the roof off this motherfucker. A trained scorpion ninja determined to sting to death anything that preys on my people. I'm a poison dart aimed at every white intention painted black. I am not a poet churning out gutless images of Black smiles being stomped by white scowls. I'm the Madame Defarge of Black conspiracies, waiting for the chance to present my list of traitors to the board of who no longer needs to be alive. I am an executioner collecting the heads of colonizers to be exhibited in the International Museum of who did what to whom. I am not a poet selling cliches to the highest bidders, faking significance to appease death bringers. I'm a literary key, unlocking brain cells that have been denied the sun. A saber-toothed tigress stalking grants and awards that don't include us. A steamroller about to turn cultural bandits into a forbidden street. I'm an unstoppable idea brought into being by David Walker and Ella Baker. I say for days. I'm not a poet who encourages belief in empty promises or alliances with melanin-deficient beings. I didn't come here to perform blowjobs or snow jobs. I'm a detour sign, blocking the way back to Oz and its fake Emerald City. I'm a Mission Impossible, a recruiter for Garvey's Whirlwind and Harriet's Promised Land. I'm not a solicitor of, why can't we all just get along, and other self-effacing philosophies. I am a weaponized version of everything we need to get free. And I didn't come here to litter the world with poetry. I came to kill.
Next.
I just met my friend for over 30 years. She been doing that since I first met her. See, I usually have, if HU was paying me, I put it in my contract, I will not follow Laini Mataka. But that's my buddy. You see why she's so great. I came up in a lover of the Black arts movement, and I spent my days in libraries reading the work of the Black arts movement long before I became a poet or had ever been to a poetry reading. So Laini Mataka was the first live recitation of someone in the Black arts movement. And when I heard that, I know what people like Amir Barak and Sonia Sanchez were saying. And when in Larry Neal's book, he writes in one of his essays, one of the first lines is, have you ever heard a Black poet sound like James Brown? And Mataka is that person. And I do want to give some love to, I know AB had to run, but AB Spellman helped to create a program that Lainey Mataka and I and many other folks were part of called DC Writers Corps. Nubia Kai is here. And from what I learned about the history of it, AB Spellman, it was only supposed to be San Francisco and the Bronx that had a Writers Corps, and AB Spellman insisted that there would be no Writers Corps unless there was a DC chapter. And the significance of that is that Writers Corps was a national program, kind of like where poets and writers went into the community to serve the community. And his vibe was, well, you know, we're right here and this must happen here. So he, along with Carolyn Forche, helped to make sure we had a DC Writers Corps. And out of that Writers Corps, when we started, I had a 17-year-old in my program who couldn't even sign the contract yet. And his name was Ta-Nehisi Coates, okay? And that's where he began. I always joke with Ta-Nehisi when I see him. I was like, yeah, man, I'm the person who sent you to jail. Ta-Nehisi used to do writing workshops at the DC prison, used to be Lorton at the time, and that was one of his first assignments. Anyway, so just vibing off of Lainey, so me and Lainey got this gig at the National Museum of African American History, or as people call it, the Blacksonian. And the gig was, you know, they have a huge exhibit. I don't know if anybody's been down there recently. Huge exhibit, Malcolm X at 100. So they said we'd like to have some poets and musicians come and perform. Me and Mataka and another young lady got signed up to go. Then a week before we were supposed to go down there, we get an email saying, can you send us copies of the poems you plan to read? Which Lainey said she had never heard that. And I just know when you hear that, it's a problem. And so anyway, we sent in our work. And then they came back and said, the other young lady, Sudanese poet Sasai Kill, they said, well, you can read this, but not that poem. For me, they told me, I could not read any of the poetry I submitted about Malcolm X for the Malcolm X celebration, but I could only read the poem I'd written for Betty Shabazz. And they said, Mataka can't even come. You know, I mean, and that's the Blacksonian. They were so worried about that orange dude that they don't, you know, anyway. This is called Malcolm X the Blacksonian. The subtitle is Where's Mataka? At the museum, they asked for a Malcolm celebration without all that black shit. Like white people at the old Montego Bay, used to be a Jamaican restaurant, and the white people who showed up and said, but not so spicy. Like the gentrifiers along 16th Street who want the color and rhythm of the city without the Malcolm X drummers and that hint of mint in the air. Ever since they stamped Malcolm, they've been trying to figure out how to homogenize his memory, to dilute his message and meaning. They want poems for El Hajj that don't come as calls for revolution, as change and struggle. Not so spicy, please. They cannot have Lainey Mataka. Hell, the Orange Menace is scared, so his workers, like the white lady, asked only 3 poems and none about Malcolm. And they say Trump be having nightmares for days, that he keeps hearing Malcolm coming from the hills to take back the land. Like Mau Mau with machete, sharp as lightning, haunted his dreams. Mataka's Malcolm is praised and celebrated, and they are afraid of that. They are afraid of women like her, African women proclaiming their queendom, and African men reclaiming their thrones. They scared of Mataka and Malcolm at the Museum for Black Folks, where the white people come to see how their ancestors failed to finish the job of annihilation. White boys from Arkansas and white girls from Texas with MAGA hats whose whole exoskeletons begin to melt if Mataka read in front of them. They be scared of black women poets who sing of Malcolm, be scared of Malcolm for having survived their state crucifixion. Nothing more dangerous than that scared white folks and their equally scared Negroes, ready to protect their masters and good government jobs. They ask me, where is Laini Mataka? I say, she is sharpening her craft and scaring white folks and planning to burn down your entire plantation. Thank you. This is, you heard A.B. Spellman mention Gaston Neal, who's one of my mentors, along with former Howard graduate and great Amiri Baraka. Those two gentlemen helped to raise me in the literary community. And I dedicated this to my father, who passed this year at age 90. This is called This Motherfucker. And I get that because every time I was with my dad, I say something about Trump, and I'm like, Dad, what you think about that? He was like, hey, man, this motherfucker. I wish my father were an analyst for CNN. He'd show up on the set late, a cold brew, shirt open, clean white tee, his name in red cursive above his work pocket, a joint behind his ear for later, a Miles tune in his head. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Carl, Wolf would say. Give us your thought on President Trump's. My father would sip his beer, adjust the toothpick in his mouth, look dead at the camera and offer, this motherfucker. Silence. Wolf, because he don't know about the ways of old black men, would ask my father to elaborate. But this motherfucker is both intro and exposition, preface and full thesis. Our parents know this motherfucker as pillager and kidnapper, enslaver and treasonous rebel, as nullifier and cowardly mob, as terrorist and hypocrite, as discriminator and exploiter and denier of justice. There are volumes in the economy of words. There are collections in the canon of terse cursing. This motherfucker, my father knows, is the same motherfucker of poplar tree hangings and magnolia rapes. The president is the same motherfucker of red lines, segregated housing, nigger schools, and church bombings. Blues man say, don't get me to talking, I just might tell the whole thing. I saw my father arrested one day for sitting on the porch with other black men. The white lady across the alley objecting to their presence and laughter. When he returned home, my mother asked, who called the police? My father said, this motherfucker. And so it does not surprise him that the country had elected this motherfucker, a diseased genetic remnant from a long line of motherfuckers who think their ugliness can reverse time, who imagine black people won't take the toothpick out their mouths, remove their clean work shirts, and give them these motherfucking hands. Ignoring Wolf, my father would walk off the set in mid-argument as the talking heads tied their tongues to their asses in fiend corporate debate. He'd dap up the union workers on his way out, spark up his joint, knowing there was never a time when we didn't resist. He'd kill his brew as the cabs passed him like restless clouds over the city. He'd shake his head with a wry laugh and say, these motherfuckers. So my name is Kenneth Carroll, and I was named after an uncle. And I just happened to find a couple of years ago, just perusing the archives about the fullness of my uncle's passing. Passed in 1952, but it was something that wasn't really shared in our family, and so it was unique to find this information out. And then, let me see if I need to tell you anything. My uncle drowned at the age of 13 in a segregated swimming pool in 1952 in Washington, D.C. The ensuing protests and controversy led to the desegregation of all D.C. recreation facilities. But this is information I just recently found out and was able to pull information from my dad. It begins with an epigraph from, I believe this is from the Red Cross. Because they were barred from public schools, many African-American children never learned to swim. Between 1945 and 1948, 29 of 37 school-aged boys who drowned in Washington, D.C. were black. At Rosedale Playground in Kingman Park, the 1952 drowning of a teenager who had climbed the fence to swim sparked pickets and direct action by residents, leading the D.C. Department of Recreation to desegregate all pools by 1954. 1. Freshed up, you country boy, Croon, Maryland, Patuxent River, hauler of water, sharecropper's grandson, tobacco and pig guts haunt the breeze. Grandpa Diggs, former slave, would drive you like same for the white man who spends his days at the Upper Marlboro racetrack. 22 miles between the back of this mule and D.C., between this plow, this field, and tales of colored neighborhoods called Kingman Park. A sparkling diamond, your mother's new home. The deed reads Mary Ellen Carroll, 1653 Kramer Street, Northeast. 2. D.C. is sweltering heat. Make a farm boy ignore Jim Crow's squawking, the audacity of segregation. A gleaming new playground built in a colored neighborhood for whites only. No signs needed, just tradition, a watchman instead of a lifeguard. 3. Your face above grandma's mantle, smiling, cherubic, Sam Cookies, suit and tie, 14 and cocky as Emmett Till in Money, Mississippi in 1955. But it is 1952, and you know emancipation as basement and front porch, Negro parents with government jobs, pretty black girls, your daddy's sedan, a reunited family near the murky Anacostia. 4. Ain't no white folks about to keep me out that pool, you laugh. You thinking that shimmering water and gleeful splashing and laughing of white kids is supposed to be yours too. I mean, how was you, born black and beautiful, supposed to accept this outrage, this obscenity asserting inferiority? So you plotted. Your home was stone's throw from the swimming pool, trunks under your jeans. Mama thinks you're in the basement. Hurry now, my laughing namesake. 5. You climbed 2 fences, tall as segregation's tail. You faster than your friend Clarence. The surface like blue gems, like the city. In the dark, reflected street lights that reminded you of waves. You rise up at pool's edge, hurl yourself in the air, anticipate the embrace of cool. Suspended in merriment, the splash can be heard in the tobacco barns in Croon Station. 6. My daddy, your brother, begs the watchman to save you. Your body an anchor in 8 feet. Save him yourself, responds the crow. The obsidian waters would not release you. Its grasp, now attuned, lungs
chlorinated and full, the watchman knew, you must be made to pay for this affront, for this bold assertion of equality. 7 years later, I am Christian with your name, my father's firstborn son, who will learn 62 years later of the chain-link scars that mark his futile attempt to save you. Your photo adorns grandma's mantle, an altar shed with Jesus, soon joined by martyrs John and Martin and Robert. I stare into your face, and no one will explain how your name closes mouths and lowers eyes, your absence described as the accident, a tenebrous trauma as mystifying as God's will and racist fear. But I arrive, poet, 7 years after Jim Crow held you under that water, punishment for escaping the plow and the burdens of your granddaddy's enslaver. I have come to resuscitate your name, unleash you from history and shame. I have come, Uncle Kenny, Kenneth Francis Carroll, saint of DC desegregation. I have come to save you myself. And thank you. And I just want to finish up with a couple of short pieces because it wouldn't be a Kenny Carroll reading if he ain't started some shit. So this piece is, and I'm sure you got some fans here. So you telling me to wrap it up? Okay, all right. So I'm finishing with this one piece. And this piece is called Enemies of the Sun, which is a major anthology that you should find Black poets and Palestinian poets, but it was published here in Washington in 1971. And this poem was written, it's called Poets for Harris, and it's subtitled For Cornelius and Them. And the epigraph is from a great poet, Czeslaw Miłosz, and it says, "What is poetry that does not save nations or people?" This is what it sounds like when the poets surrender to power and fear, a quieting of the sea, pens crossed like M16, celebration for an ice queen's hunger, blood and flesh bagged in verse, a chorus of children's screams disappeared like Doha, nurseries under rubble, and no one like June Jordan or Amiri Baraka with resistant rhymes to affirm connection between Hen and Emmett Till. Is it only Palestinian poets now who must renounce the enemies of the sun, a lonely summoning of the sky, the Black poets retreating to skin and representation, dead elegies for the canon? Thank you. Brother Yao.
I guess a couple of things. Thanks, Josh. Really good. I drew last. I won't keep you long. Laini, it's strange. I first met Laini when I was vending in Adams Morgan. So I just met her on the humble, not as a poet, but just on the street. I probably read 2 poems, but they're not that long. Well, maybe one more. The first one is called Speaker. This is a hip hop. The microphone, the holy object, the way brothers held it, held the day. Get down, doo-wop, pips, everybody on the same step. Tommy Smith with his fist raised in the air, The fastest man in the world wearing gold sneakers, talking nonsense. He the hero of the children who want to run fast out of the corner store. That shit don't happen no more. You gotta point out your candy behind the plexiglass. Broken English of capitalism, ghetto, a stairway made out of fried chicken bones, cigarettes, a mosaic of liquor bottles. You gotta take off the plexiglass blur if you wanna see. You gotta turn off your radio if you wanna hear the speaker. 125th backwoods stomp in the forest. I remember the first time we heard the low-end theory, philosophy of bass in a car with the heat on. Must have been December, blowing fog into our hands. We knew it was the move. Craig Mack, flavor in your ear, nonsense. What is this nigga talking about? But it made that other sense that oozed warm through the speaker. Our last year, where everybody in high school and the party was Eric B. and Rakim telling me, you got it. Paid in full, speaker pulse down in the night on V Street, behind the tinted windows where they race the bikes and cars. You can smell burnt tires in the air. That's the shit, right there. At the traffic light, red stop sign, you can feel the nigger look in your rear view mirror. Watch your back. Watch out, bass massaging your eardrums. The old school brothers with Congos down in Malcolm X Park ain't got no electricity. Or Malcolm's own voice wandering in America's purgatory on the spools of brown magnetic tape, traveling the Sisyphean circle of a CD speaker. You got it. Soul, not just the sound system, but the system of sound. Break it down to the old man outside the subway station who talks out of his head, whose head is mumble, dingy, tired country, all this nonsense, the president, Christmas, pagan worshipers of the Antichrist of the freakadeek, ism of transistors and CDs and DVDs. Jesus was a speaker, I is a speaker. What this is now, running through me, I be it, I believe. Yeah. And then, and I was joking with Kenny, it's an International Black Writers Festival. This is a poem which is written for Jita Jallo, and I'm actually gonna write a whole series of poems for him. He's a brother from Sierra Leone that lived through the Civil War, but when I lived in Wuhan, he was like my main running boy. And so I just learned so much from him. I talk to him all the time. And so, we're talking about a city, and I also add this. My father, his two favorite cities, San Francisco and New York. He lived in New York. But when I lived in Wuhan, I was just like, it's that moment when your father's passed. I was just like, Dad, man, we can roll in Wuhan, right? Which is just international. And that's the way Jita and I rolled, right? Yeah, that's the way Jita and I rolled. So, and I just read this one last, which is, Small Circles, Big Wide World, and it's for Jita Jallo and then Brian Gilmore. The streets of Wuhan look like New York at night. If you ain't never been there, you won't believe me. Maybe Paris or Amsterdam, but not Wuhan. Who ever heard of Wuhan? China City, bright lights, subway. Once I saw the moon rise so bright, I thought about the other side of the world, who I was, what I was looking at, looking for, how far away home is, what I was looking at more than who was looking at me. I come from America, so the staring ain't never bothered me. I've been frisked, so eye frisking don't matter. The 10,000 eyes, I don't really care. Nobody thought I had a gun. I learned to not mind the minding. Where I come from, it's different. Our own American danger. I post up with Jita, a Jallo from the tribe of tribes I done heard about, with genes and rage like mine. We Jinjul and Baijo, talk shit, and eat chicken feet. On the street, eat with chopsticks like Pan-Africanism is more and less than Garvey, Nkrumah, and Padmore. In this city, we sing some name that the Chinese don't know. He from Freetown, and I'm from the land of the free. Half the folks I know will say this ain't a poem. Africa ain't no country, it's a continent. Cheap wine and cheap cigarettes, lazy Susans, and the paper boxes ornament of the old empire, and the people coming in from the hills to the skyscraper cities, to Starbucks and Burger King, eat malatang every day, suck some sweet, eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, slurp the wine and say, Gambe, like we say bottoms up. China's bottoms up. The world spins on its axis, flips every day. An African American singing blues across the sea. G to laugh, I'm like, it's just you and me, worlds apart in the world we don't know. Charles Taylor destroyed Freetown. He once stayed on my street in Lanham, Maryland, a city nobody knows, like the Chinese cities, like Pizhou and Wuhan. We get drunk and ask, what's a poem got to do with anything? I told Jeter I lost my business and my head broke. Jeter said the dogs in Moyan were like the dogs in Freetown. They ate flesh after the war. We all eat flesh, he say. We look each other in the eyes and say, my father, rage, passion, love, red eyes, and the strange music we sing to ourselves when we are drunk or so happy the world will not take us seriously. Those dogs, Jeter said, you gotta kill them. Hey, thank you, guys.
Can I get the poets that read to come back up? How did I do that? Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Huh?
You want us on stage or for this?
We can stay in the front. I'm just going to say one thing.
Okay. Let's come up. Gabrielle, stay up and take a picture.
Yeah.
Take a picture on stage.
As they're coming on stage, all I wanted to do is please join me in thanking these poets who came to honor us with this fire. Their books are here, and they'll be around. Next is the Specter Onstage coming up at 3 o'clock. So please stay. All right, thank you.
I forgot. I do a Black Writers Workshop last Saturday in every month at Sankofa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about.
All right, everybody. If everyone who is going to attend the panel for this afternoon will have a seat, and we'll go ahead and begin. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Marquise Bullock, and I am a manuscripts archivist here at the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. In addition, a PhD student in Information Studies at the University of Maryland at College Park. I want to first thank our program manager, Aaron Jacobs, and our director, Dr. Benjamin Talton, for providing me the honor and opportunity to create and organize this afternoon's panel, The Specter Onstage, Historical Memory, Public Language, Interiority, and Contemporary Black Theater. I am beyond excited to introduce this fascinating panel and our luminous moderator and panelists. Before I begin introductions, I want to provide a little bit of background and context regarding what inspired this panel. This panel was born from my belief that plays are an underrepresented and underdiscussed dimension in the discourse around fiction as a literary genre, and thus wanted to use this year's International Black Writers Festival to foreground the centrality and unique power of plays in providing novel representations of the plurality and complexity of Black life, culture, and experience globally. Some questions that inspired this panel include, to what degree should contemporary Black theater be accountable to the past? Is this sort of artistic debt fairly imposed upon Black playwrights and theater makers? To what extent can the quotidian nature of contemporary Black life be represented divisibly from the weight of its history? How do Black playwrights move beyond public language around Black representation and its attendant dictates and embrace the rigors and complexity of their own creative ethos, which might complicate and resist what Blackness is supposed to be on stage? What enlightening angles of vision does Black theater uniquely offer regarding representation of Black life and Black subjectivity in contrast to other more accessible art forms? Black artists are besieged by a myriad of demands, both private and public. They ultimately determine for which they feel most responsible and how it should or could affect their creative output. In part, this panel aims to focus on the creative tensions Black playwrights and theater makers are confronted with as they navigate the impact of historical precedent and political and cultural expectations imposed upon them and their work. Panelists will examine how the ordinary rhythms of Black life intersect with the enduring weight of history and how Black imagination and creativity within theater can accommodate, question, or resist that entanglement. By interrogating the unique possibilities of theater as a medium, the panel seeks to illuminate how Black theater offers singular visions of and insights into Black life that challenge and move beyond more accessible or commodified forms of representation. And now on to our esteemed panelists. Starting with my first person here next to me, Tanya Barfield is a prolific and celebrated playwright. She's a proud alumna of New Dramatists, and she is the co-director of the Lila Atchison Wallace American Playwrights Program at the Juilliard School in New York City, and is a member of the Dramatists Guild Council. She's received a Lilly Award, the annual Lilly Award Commission, a Helen Merrill Award, an honorable mention for the Kesselring Prize for Drama, a two-time finalist for the Princess Grace Award, a Lark Play Development /NYSCA grant, and a grant from the Franklin Furnace Fund for Performance Art, among other accolades. Her extraordinary corpus includes the plays Bright Half-Life, The Call, Blue Door, a personal favorite, Of Equal Measure, among others. Her residencies include the Sundance Institute Theater Lab, the UCross Foundation, New York Stage and Film, the Royal Court International Residency, and Seattle Reps Women Playwrights Festival at Hedgebrook, as well as McDowell. She has written for the Starz series, The 1%, The Americans on FX, and was part of the PBS documentary Legacy, Being Black in America, hosted by the Smithsonian Museum of African American History and Culture. She shares a Writers Guild of America award for her work on season 4 of The Americans. Next is our moderator that I'm particularly excited about. Erica Dickerson Dispenza is a New Orleans-based Black radical leftist poet, playwright, and womanist cultural memory worker. Afro-surrealism, magical realism, narrative rememory, kinesthetic imagination, and Black queer women's interiority and erotic fugitivity are conceptual preoccupations of her work. Erica's primary thematic foci are Black land legacies, Black apocalyptic ritual and environmental racism. Her work occupies sites of intimate reckoning, situating rupture in the traditionally sacred or safe spaces to make invisible systems of environmental oppression and cultural trauma visible, and ultimately ask us to consider abolitionist political ecologies. Last but definitely not least is Patricia Ione Lloyd, who prefers to go by Ione. She was most recently a supervising producer on Evil at CBS. Before that, she was a co-producer on Lena Waithe's BET series 20s. Her play, Eve's Song, premiered at the Public Theater in New York. She has developed at FX and CBS All Access, and has previously staffed on Sundance TV/AMC's Hap and Leonard, and on USA's Golden Globe-nominated series The Sinner, starring Jessica Biel. Previously, Ione was a member of the Emerging Writers Group, a 2-year playwriting residency with the Public Theater, where her play, Pretty Hunger, was given a lab production. She was a Sundance resident playwright at their theater lab in Morocco, and a New York Theater Workshop Fellow. Ione's plays Pretty Hunger and Eve's Song have been included on the Kilroy's list in 2016 and 2017, respectively, which honors excellence in new plays by female and trans American playwrights. Ione, additionally, was a resident playwright at the University of Mumbai, Brown University through the Africana Studies Department / Rights and Reasons Theater, and the International Theater Literacy Project in Tanzania. Her work has been developed at Red Bull Theater, Dixon Place, Classic Theater of Harlem, Luna Stage, Downtown Urban Theater Festival, New York LGBTQ Center, Freedom Train Productions, Fire This Time Festival, Bleecker Street Theater, and Rising Circle Theater. She is the recipient of New Professional Theater's Emerging Playwright Award for her play Black Tail, and the Best Play Award from DUTF for her play This Train is Bound for Glory. Please join me in giving a round of applause for our esteemed panelists.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Great. It feels so good to be at Howard. I don't know who gave you that old bio. However, if you are interested in knowing more recent things about me and my work, you can find me on the Google. Thank you for joining us today. It is incredibly important that writers for this stage are included in conversations of Black literature. So thank you for making sure that we were. I am going to start this time together with some quotes. And as I share them, I want you to be thinking about, and we invite you all to be thinking about, this is an active panel situation. Be thinking about, I see some of you are note takers, love that about you. I know all of us have some type of phone. What is the Black writer's role today in this political moment? And I do not just mean the presidential situation that we are in, right? There's a large political moment that we are bearing right now that includes our electoral politics, but that are not just about that aspect of our lives. What is the role of Black writers in this political moment? So that will be the first question for you all. Before you answer, I want to go back in time and share what some of our elders and ancestors have said in their political time in terms of answering that question. The Black artist's role in America is to aid in the destruction of America as he knows it. Amiri Baraka. And that was in Statement, part of Home Social Essays, for those of you who like to know the reference. The artist's role is to raise the consciousness of the people, to make them understand life, the world, and themselves more completely. That is how I see it. Otherwise, I don't know why you do it. Amiri Baraka. The precise role of the artist, then, is to illuminate that darkness, blaze roads through the vast forest so that we will not, in all our doing, lose sight of its purpose, which is, after all, to make the world a more human dwelling place. James Baldwin. What do you think an artist's job is? To keep our sensibilities alive so we aren't numb by our struggles to survive. That's what I think our job is right now. My literary mother, Ntozake Shange. Artists are the gatekeepers of truth. We are civilization's radical voice. The artist must take sides. He must elect to fight for freedom or for slavery. I have made my choice. Paul Robeson. The artist cannot and must not take anything for granted, but must drive to the heart of every answer and to expose the question the answer hides. James Baldwin. And finally, three of my favorites and some of the more well-knowns. An artist's duty, as far as I'm concerned, is to reflect the times. I think that is true of painters, sculptors, poets, musicians. Nina Simone. Art is the soul of a people. The artist confronts chaos. The whole thing of art is, how do you organize chaos? The function of the artist is to organize the facets of life according to his imagination. Romare Bearden. In an interview with Kay Bonetti in the 1980s, Toni Cade Bambara, who means everything to me, was asked, what do you think the role of an artist is? Her answer is often misquoted. You'll see it around saying, the role of an artist is to make revolution irresistible. That is not what she said. She said, well, I believe that the role is dependent on the community who names you. As a cultural worker, my work, my role, is to make revolution irresistible. Cultural work and being an artist are not always synonymous. And every time we misquote her, we miss that. And so with that said, having heard the words of our ancestors and our elders, what is the role of Black writers specifically in this political moment?
I'll start. Hello. I became an artist because one of the reasons is because of my father. So my father was born in 1922, and he had me when he was very old. He loved women, as I do. And he did not know how to read. And so we learned how to read together. And when we weren't learning how to read together, he would tell me stories. We would look out the window, the backyard, and he would say, you know, there's this little bird. What does this little bird sing to the other little bird? And that's how I became a writer, how I became an artist. So for me, I'm not in the business of telling anybody what they have to do or what they don't have to do. We all know that we are in a time and a place, but if the world is burning and you want to write about butterflies, go ahead and do it, because we need someone to write about butterflies too. I will say though that everyone, even if you're not a writer or an artist, has a calling. And you know what that calling is if you listen to that voice inside of you, or to your God, or to your intuition. You know what you were put here on earth to do. And so my suggestion is, listen to that calling and follow that path. And no matter what anyone else says, as long as you listen to that calling, you will be fulfilling your responsibility.
It's hard to follow that and the luminaries that you quoted. It's interesting. It makes me think about, when you say the moment, one of the things that I admire about your work is that in the Katrina series, that you were of the moment and ahead of the moment in talking about environmental racism. And so I think that I interpret that as being personal. For me, I'll say that my work is usually looking at a macro situation through an intimate lens. And it was my own kind of dialogue with understanding the personal as political. Yeah, and it's not that I was the first person or the last person to do that. It was a journey that I found in myself. And it was really, for me, it was personal because I didn't have connection to my ancestors in the way that I craved. And it was me thinking about that absence of memory and history as being a story and a tangible thing that I was privileged to know was not given to me. And so I started to look at what happens when amnesia is forced on you. And when I look at what's happening today in terms of, and I know that you're talking in a broader sense than our, current government political moment, but I'm recognizing the degree that I feel that amnesia is coming for us. And how do we then protect our memory? This was the urgency of the Black Panthers and the education and this Black Panther schools in that moment. How can amnesia be discarded? How can we, bring our truth to light? So I hope, I would also never tell someone what to write, because that has to come from within you. I would say also writing about butterflies is preserving the history of this, giving us the sense of, let's not be amnesiac towards what our world and our climate is today. How can we protect that? So everything you can do is sacred. I think that one of the things as writers, perhaps not during the writing process, but at some time looking at the intentionality of what you're writing, perhaps after you write it, when you're in the editing process, look at that intentionality to say everything I put on stage or in this book or in this poem means something.
So I'm gonna do a thing after questions where I kind of summarize what I heard and perhaps offer something else to it before we just move along, right? Because the questions are connected, but I think, juices flow and we think of things as we hear each other speak. So one of the things that I heard both of you say that I think we wanted to cement was that it's not prescriptive as you must write about this thing or this issue or in this style, right? But the question that I pose and what our elders, ancestors, and current panelists are sharing is that it is about your intention that is determined by your calling, that our struggles are not exclusive, meaning that they are not just about us, right? They're interconnected globally, right? We must be international, but also that beauty and nature are important parts of our struggle and how we navigate it. The other thing right, that I'm thinking about is, and that I heard you talk about, is preservation. One of the things Tanya mentioned that those of you who may not be familiar with me or my work may not know is that my people have been in Louisiana for 8 generations, New Orleans for 6, and my father's lineage. And so some years ago, I began working on a 10-project Katrina cycle about the Katrina diaspora. So that's what she was referring to earlier. Additionally, I am a student at Tulane University in the Master of Science program for historic preservation within the School of Architecture. And so I am thinking about memory and preservation in so many ways as a person who is in architecture school and as a playwright. And so my next question is rooted in that experience and the broader experience of preservation as Black people, preservation of ourselves, our histories, each other, all of that. Now, America's preservation programs are implemented through the National Park Service. That's a whole other conversation as to how and why it ended up there. But the National Park Service runs the preservation initiatives for the country, right? The national ones. And when asked what historic preservation is, their website says historic preservation is a conversation with our past about our future. It provides us with opportunities to ask what is important in our history and what parts of our past can we preserve for the future. So my question for you two, what is history and what is a usable past for our people and for writers right now? Now, I don't think this is like prescriptive as in it's one answer only, but what comes up for you in your own writing and in engaging the writings of other dramatic writers? Like, what is history and what is a usable past or an aspect of a usable past for our people?
I hope, Ione, that you tell the story that you told me this morning, which is what made me, well.
Give me in the morning, I'm like,
well, it's, okay, I'm just gonna tell it, but you can. She said that she went to the Smithsonian African American History exhibit, and she had been told, do you remember?
No, now
okay.
I'm like, oh yeah.
And she had been told that there was gonna be a certain photograph of a woman selling flowers to help get out of slavery, to help her be able to afford get out of slavery. And that what she discovered is that that photograph had been removed. And I thought about that, and when I was walking around the exhibit, and I thought about that photograph in my mind, which I have not seen, is a very beautiful photograph of a woman holding flowers. And then when we understand the meaning, it adds another layer. So it, to me, affects both the heart and the mind, which is what I think the power of storytelling, and particularly, theater, can be. So when I think about, I don't know what moments of our history are the ones most worth preserving. I think they all are. I think that, my play Blue Door really talks, it goes into the legacy of ancestral history and oppression and kind of coming through that. And it goes from slavery up through Jim Crow and blah, blah, blah. And so I personally think that that was worth preserving. Around the time, in the years before I was born, the term, Black is beautiful was very much in our culture because that was worth preserving. When I wrote for this show called Mrs. America, and we were fortunate enough to get a Writers Guild Award, and it got some recognition. It was about feminism in the 70s, and I wrote this episode about Shirley Chisholm. And I was very proud that it was the first time Shirley Chisholm's story was told on the screen. And so I did a lot of research into it. And, you know, as Black people, as we know, so often we have to look in the footnotes of history for our story. And I think that will be even more true, or not more true, but it will once again be very true going forward. And one of the things that I discovered in looking at Shirley's story is that although she got a divorce from her first husband, Conrad, they had what seemed like a pretty modern marriage. And he was very, very supportive of her in a way. And I said to my showrunner, which is the person in, for those of you who don't know, in TV, the showrunner is like the person in charge of the overall story of the series. They created the series, and then you write, you know, whatever. And so I said, I want to show this scene with Shirley and Conrad where he's being a supportive husband. And they were like, we don't really know, because that doesn't, how does that relate to plot and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, look, this is revolutionary to put this marriage on screen, because we have a systematic system that doesn't want to show those types of Black marriages. And, you know, credit to my white showrunner who was less versed in these areas, and she was like, I'm doing it. So I think, I don't know what history, but I just know the profundity of our history is worth preserving.
Beautiful answer. Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we should talk about
it. Well, this question makes me think about one of the many times I lost my mind. And I will say that I think sometimes it's good to lose yourself so you can find who you really are. So when my mother passed away, I lost my mind for a very, very long time. And I now realize it's because there was no ritual to grieve her. I had to just continue as if the woman who brought me into this world was no longer in the world in the same way. So one of the things that I did was, I put up her picture, and I put up a candle, and I put up a jar, a container, and I put, money in it, and I put candy in it, and I had this in the house, and it made me feel better. But I was born into Church of God in Christ, Pentecostal. Therapy is fantastic for me for that. And so I didn't know that I was making an altar, because that's an altar. But I didn't know what an altar was. I didn't know people who had altars. I was just like, this is something that I need to do because I am lost. So then, my wife, we ordered delivery. She needs some change. She takes some money from the altar. And I said, are you taking money from my dead mother? And then she's Jamaican, so then it was a whole thing, right? But we got through it. But what happened when I lost myself is I remembered something that I had no present day conscious knowledge of. I remembered an altar. I never read about an altar, I didn't know anything about an altar, but there was the making of an altar inside of me. And so now I'm interested in ancestral worship and women's role in that, and I'm deep diving into that. So if anybody has any resources, let me know. Please, because there are things that you know that you don't know that you know. And once you tap into it, go for it. Because so much of who we are has been taken from us, but there's pieces left. And you can grab and hold on to them and then share them with others.
That's so beautiful. I'm very happy that you were reminded of what you already knew. Bone memory, re-memory, as Toni Morrison would call it rememory, right? So that question that I posed actually came out of thinking about Beloved, because I'm always thinking about Beloved. I think we're always thinking about Beloved, even when we don't know we are, right? The gift of that power literarily, and thinking about what aspects of Setha's past she felt were usable aspects to pass on and what we should not pass on, right? So again, not prescriptive about what parts of our history deserve to be acknowledged, but what is usable going forward? What is usable for our right now? And how do we move toward a more liberatory future for us all? So thank you for those insights. Unlike every other literary form, dramatic literature has a collective performance built into its form innately, because it's dramatic literature, right? And Dr. Soya Cadix Colbert, in her biography of Lorraine Hansberry's political ideas, she calls this staging an encounter. And it's one of the reasons my dear Lorraine chose theater, because you get to stage an encounter, and then there's the encounter that the audience has with the performance that night, and that encounter is different every time. The audience is different, the chemistry of the cast, that night, everything about it is different from night to night, except the words that are being said. And sometimes that's different because, people be trying to remember the lines. Sometimes you're sitting there as a playwright, that was not what I wrote, but that's okay. And so I was thinking about that. And I'm curious about how you all feel staging an encounter and then other angles of transgressive practice does Black theater uniquely offer regarding not just representations of Black life in contrast to other literary forms, but just in terms of encountering people, encountering us all, right? Because it's not just Black people, even at a Black theater, right, in the audience. So what opportunities that are very specific to our form does it provide that are different from other literary forms, excuse me?
I think it is known that we bleed, right? But there's something really special about breath. There's a quote by someone who I can't remember their name, but they said that breath is the highest form of prayer. So they know that we bleed, but do they know that we breathe? So just like now, our exchange of breath, if breath is the highest form of prayer, our exchange of prayer is so special. And you can really only get that in theater when we have our players breathing in the words of love, breathing in the words of hate, breathing in the words of survival. That's something that we get to witness. And that's something really special. That's what I love about theater.
Yeah. I have two thoughts about that. One is just personal. In this play that I mentioned before, Blue Door, that at one point in the play, one of the characters turns the play on its head and says to the main character, we're in the theater of your mind, and who's the audience? And he says to his brother, kind of mockingly, your audience is white people. And so what happened in that is that I knew that the audience was going to mostly be white people, because much of American theater is peopled by subscribers that are usually white, and particularly the theater that this was performed in. And so what it did was it made the white audience laugh, and also, as the play progressed, made them deeply uncomfortable. And hopefully their discomfort wasn't so long that they couldn't, enjoy the play as well. So theater, it has that opportunity to be in dialogue with its audience. Not that it needs to in such an overt way, because sometimes like a more subtle kind of just recognition of breath? Is dialogue enough? I do think that now, as we're kind of entering the world of AI and the ways in which we can't necessarily trust what we see on screen as being reality, I think theater has an even more profound necessity in our culture. You know, people have been talking about how theater is dying. They've been talking about that since I went into theater. Like, theater has been dying for at least, you know, not that I'm a century old, but at least 50 years it's been dying. So maybe it's going to enter a renaissance if we can bring the ticket sale prices down. We have an opportunity to really like connect with people in a way that no other form does.
That's good. I'm thinking about AI. AI can't write my play. You know, like it can't write the way that we write. It can't put one of the things I remember about your play that I got to see at the public back when, I remember seeing this art piece that I had only ever seen on television. And it just felt so different seeing this like famous Black art piece be in the living room of this family that you staged, being that close to it. It's a different kind of closeness. I'm thinking also about spring of, I guess, 2023, my show at the Public in New York, Shadowland, which is the first work in my 10-play Katrina cycle. The play, 90% of the play takes place on a bar top because the rest of the set is flooded with real water. And of course there were leaks and days that we had to reschedule or cancel performances because the theater is old and America is scared of water on stage. But it was important to me that that play was true to what Katrina was and what the flood thereafter was. Because there is something different about watching a flood happen in real time than doing it dry, which I was asked, like, oh, would you be willing to like do the play without water? And like, let's see what a dry run looks like. The danger is not the same, right? The danger is not immediate. And there is something, you cannot talk about Katrina and not have water. I'm sorry, it's not the same, right? And so to see an audience watch an adult mother and a daughter combination, one who has dementia, and we see that rapidly progressed through this trauma, have to stay in a place for 5 days on top of a bar top. And we watch the flood happen and we watch the water rise collectively in a space and we watch it stay there. Is a very different experience than leaving it to my audience imagination that there is water, which allows you to tune in only as much as you're comfortable, right? Theater is not a place where people usually walk out. I say usually because it happens, you know, but it's not, you can't pause it on your, we don't do DVDs no more, right? What are the people doing? I don't know, it's something new every day. Like, you know, you can't pause it and get yourself together and then come back when you're ready or just leave altogether. It is happening, right? Regardless of where you are emotionally, and we get to have that experience together. So that is one of the things that's very different about theater. I'm gonna try to fit in one or two more questions before we go. It's 3:53, so we're good. Okay, let's see, where do I wanna go? Let's go here. So Saidiya Hartman, whom I love, she argues that her work, including Wayward Lives' beautiful experiments, should not be understood as historical fiction, but as a history of the present, which signals how the then haunts the now, right? And so in the context of her work specifically, she's thinking about the afterlife of slavery. In the context of her work and beyond, you know, just the afterlife of slavery, what might be a rejection of Western notions of time, history, and pastness, and this revisioning of these concepts that she has, I won't say created, but has continued to be in the lineage of, right, the legacy of people who do that. As she's modeling this, and as other writers are modeling that kind of revisioning the concepts of Western notions of time and history and pastness, I'm curious about how playwrights, Black playwrights and theater makers, as we write out of, toward, and about overlapping pasts that have not passed, how do you find yourself doing that in your work? Right, so this revisioning of time, history, and pastness, as we write out of, toward, and about overlapping Black histories that have passed but not passed, how do you see that happening in your own work?
I used to light a candle and invite all of my ancestors in when I wrote. I don't do that anymore because they have their own agendas. And it's really not super helpful.
They say she available.
I'm like, didn't get a lot done. But okay, a story has a beginning, middle, and end, right? No, not really. But like, to have your work shown, your story has to have a beginning, middle, and end. But the thing is, like, I don't have a beginning, middle, and end. We don't have a beginning, middle, and end. And so what I try to do is make characters and realize that the people that I come in contact and I myself, you could meet someone and they're revisiting a memory of the love of their life, but they're interacting with you. You don't know. And so just to approach your characters and the people in your life with curiosity, because you don't know where they are in the timeline of life, right? So that is my thing that I try to be conscious of every day.
Time. I'm trying to. In my plays, I've often written about time, which is in some ways.
That's a lot of questions there.
Why the question is so. It's so, more recently I've been writing for TV and film, which is very often, even the most crazy mixed up TV and film is usually pretty Aristotelian in its structure. And so that's, and we understand that, and you can tell the most fantastical story in a very Aristotelian way. In my plays, I have tried to interrogate our linear concept of time, because I don't really think that's the way our brain works. Mm-hmm. Certainly not my brain. My mother is in the throes of dementia, and her brain does not work that way. And it's painful, but that's true. But even before my personal experience with my mother's dementia, I realized that memory and existence doesn't work that way. We're constantly shuttled through time in a very different form of expression. And for a while I thought, as Black people, maybe we experience time differently because of trauma. And I think, yes, that's true, and yes, it's not true. Traumatic memory exists in the body so that all time is the same time. What happened, to my ancestors happened to me yesterday. And so there is a different relationship to time. But then there's also these concepts of, and probably someone in the audience knows it, I would have looked it up had I thought about it, Zamani time? Or there's certain ancient African understandings of time that are very, very different than our modern, I would say West African, although I think also in some East African, which is where Zamani. Anyway, someone else can, do that dissertation for me. But I think that we can actually look at time, where Afrofuturism comes from. We can actually look at time and go, do we understand time? And is the way we've organized time in this society, it's convenient, but creatively, it might not be convenient.
All right, so this is the part where you get to ask questions. We ask you to be thoughtful and concise. I'm going to give you 1 minute to write them down or clarify your ask while I ask this very last question, just so that we wrap well. So we know that theater can be a site for a counter archive of the Black vernacular and quotidian life, right? And we have not had access, and we still don't, to so many of our own archives, which is why part of my work post-graduation is on working with Black women, femme artists about archival planning, because we need to start that process much earlier than we do. What kind of archival methodologies and aspects of Black quotidian life, material and otherwise, are you employing in your work? So thinking about how to archive quotidian Black life through our writing, right? 100 years from now, hopefully, there'll be some queer Black femme that reads our work. There'll be some Black woman who is going in the archives and who rediscovers us, and that we have had something useful to offer them for the moment that they're in the future. How are you archiving Black life in your own work? And after that, we will have questions. How are we gonna do that? Are we passing a mic or are we creating a line? Okay, who has questions ready? By show of hands. So that'll be number 1. Okay, they're still writing. So see, this is why we give time. Great.
How do we archive?
How are you archiving Black quotidian life in your own work? What kind of archival methodologies are you using? How are you doing that? How are you archiving Black life?
I mean, when writing historical work, it's, in some ways, it's both straightforward and not straightforward, looking for, you know, the found information, whether that's going to an archival, you know, library or something like that. But I think what's most important really is finding those details, finding the thing that's not, you know, you can't Google. Talking to an ancestor, someone who lived during that time, experienced that time, finding the thing that doesn't exist in the mainstream. Because certainly as it becomes more and more narrow, what we're able to find, we really have to be archivists. You have to look in the footnotes of history. You have to find the little thread. When I wrote this one play that is just a short play about, you know, World War I. And I noticed that no Black soldier, it was the only war where Black soldiers were not awarded a Medal of Honor. And I was like, huh, there is more to this story. And so that observation got me to dig. And I think that it's when you look at history and you go, huh, what is not being told here? That's when you can find the kernel of a story.
I mean, off of what Tanya said, I think it's really important to be curious about us, to be curious about yourselves, but to be curious about the African diaspora, to not make assumptions. And it's always good, I think, to be curious about anyone that you come in contact with. So, you know, I'm recently in a part of my life where I'm learning a lot, and it's so exciting. And I remember when I was working as a receptionist at a university, and this very famous film director gets off the elevator, and I was having lunch, but we were understaffed, so I was like sneaking my Popeye's chicken on the side. And he said really loudly, "Black girl eating fried chicken." And then I was very embarrassed, right? Because I've held on to this, I haven't let it go. And so I'm doing some research now, and I found this this cookbook, and it's a Southern cookbook, and it has this recipe for fried chicken, right? But it's not just a cookbook. So then it starts talking about chickens and divination in West Africa, and then how afterwards we thank the chicken and sacrifice the chicken and eat the chicken. So yes, Black girl eating fried chicken. But my curiosity about even fried chicken, like, led me to see, like, where it all comes from for us. So for me, it's just be curious, and that is how we build memory in archives.
Excellent. We're going to go to questions. As we think about what was shared, right, being a literary archaeologist, doing the dig, being curious, doing the work to find out, because the curiosity has to lead somewhere, right? It has to lead to the literary archaeology and the saving of the work. All right.
Hello, my name is Joseph. I'm a sophomore broadcast journalism major. But I think what you said was so beautiful. Why do you think now is it so important for these stories to be archived and told? Yeah.
I'll start while you think about your answers. So one of the things I will say as a person who is in preservation is the very real loss of access. So many of archives by Black people and about Black life are in white institutions. And that is not the only issue, because there have been archives that were in Black institutions that were in basements and uncared for. Yeah, we got to talk about that part too. So we're thinking about right, how we care for ourselves and our history, right? We have to plan ahead, right? Which is why I'm doing the work that I'm doing. We have to care about what will be available beyond our lifetimes. And so funding comes into question as well, right? You know, I am thinking about how much money people spend on Beyonce concerts. People find that money to spend. It's okay, because I know some of y'all were there. It's fine, right? Like, that's your choice. That's between you, your politics, and your maker. But, you know, how much money could we have had to build a Black archival center? Had people, every time there's a Beyonce album that drops, even if you just put half of that money toward that. As many mutual aid asks that are happening right now, because we are in a recession that our government is not talking about, right? And people aren't getting what they need for basic living. But somehow we find money for these other things to make millionaires and billionaires richer. So we need to be thinking about collectively, right? You know, I know Kwanzaa come around and we're all Umoja and Kujichagulia and, you know, collective work and responsibility then, but that's 365. Like, you know what I mean? So we have to really think about that, because we're losing access, and our government is fascist, and it's not the first time that it has been, but for them to be able to dictate what we can and can't have in museums, for museums to be having the bodies of Black and brown ancestors and holding them hostage is a problem. So these are just very real things that we're grappling with, right? Financially, artistically, archivally, in and beyond this political moment.
And I would say, in addition to that, which is yes, and yes, there's also, we have to just contend with consumerism today. Yes. That if something does not have consumeristic value, it may fade and be pushed away and no longer exist. If it's not being supported institutionally by this government, and it's not being supported by our desire to buy things, then will it remain? So how can we keep stories and Black culture in the present?
And that need for instant gratification. Well, what do I get? Because I leave this concert feeling joy, I get the picture, or I get the T-shirt, and our history or culture should not be consumptive in that way. So how do we revision value around that?
Well, I really like instant gratification.
I love it, honestly. I love IO.
I know that's not what we're supposed to say. But I think I especially like it now because I feel like we're in a time of numbness, that we're in a time of forgetting. And a lot of that is to survive. But I think to push up against that, we have to engage with story so that we can remember. And, you know, short stories also give instant gratification. You know, like I'm reading some now and I'm just like, yes. But to combat that numbness, we need to engage with story and then save those stories for when the time of numbness and forgetting comes again, so that we'll be ready.
Being an archive yourself.
Well, okay, just in defense of consumerism, I did when I went to the African American History Museum this morning, I bought the T-shirt. And
I feel convicted. I ain't do nothing. I just say, you know?
No, I bought the T-shirt. But part of me bought the T-shirt thinking, well, I hope this isn't going to be archival, this T-shirt.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you. Great note to end on. Thank you all so much for agreeing to this panel. Thank you all for attending and coming to this panel. Can we just have one more round of applause for our wonderful panelists? You know, it doesn't have to stop here. You can please buy their work. Also, I believe you'll be at the reception tonight as well. So if you have any additional, if you want to just chat with them. Okay, I'm getting the cue. So if you want to continue to talk to them, please, come to the reception tonight, and they will, oblige you. But then again, thank you so much for coming. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. We will be starting the next panel shortly. We'll start it in 4 minutes, so at 4:40. So in the meantime, can you please move on up so that the camera gives that the room is full, please? But thank you. 4:40, we'll get started. How are you doing on this fine afternoon? Hope you're doing well. I just wanted to welcome everyone back if you were here earlier, and if this is your first session, welcome. So my name is Lovelace Boafo. Sorry, I felt like I was leaning. My name is Lovelace Boafo, and I'm the project manager here at Moorland, specifically with the Black Press Archives Division. Here at MSRC, we pride ourselves in protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like this festival that we are currently attending. To keep up to date with all of our events and news, follow us on Instagram at MoorlandHU, and then visit our website, msrc.howard.edu. The next panel is titled The Story of Mass Incarceration. This panel features scholars working on the criminal legal system and the formerly incarcerated, discussing the range of evidence that writers can use to offer illuminating perspectives on the predicament of mass incarceration. Our moderator for this panel is the Cameron Schreier Professor and Chair of Afro-American Studies at Howard University, where he also directs the Center for an Equitable Economy and Sustainable Society. Author of Forensics of Capital, launched in 2015, his research spans debt, slavery, insurance, forensics, and incarceration. He is also an external professor at the Santa Fe Institute. Please help me welcome Michael Ralph to the stage.
Thank you for that very thoughtful introduction. It's an honor to be here with you all, and really, a tremendous gift and pleasure to serve as moderator for this panel. Our panelists are people whose work I've admired for a long time, and I also admire them as people, and I'm sure by the end of this panel you will as well. So I'll just invite you all to come to the stage, Dr. Elizabeth Hinton, Dr. Orasami Burton, and Dr. Stanley Andres, or as we like to call him affectionately, Dr. Stan. And I'll let them introduce themselves in the context of sort of responding to some questions, and then we'll sort of quickly move to Q&A, because I'm sure many of you are fans of their work and have questions for them as well. But I also may just sort of chime in at different moments and intersperse with some questions and comments. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Okay, so if y'all don't mind, in responding to the question, just first introduce yourself. But where I'd like to start, this panel, the story of mass incarceration, is really inspired by, I guess, the broader conference theme, the story of us, and in particular, mass incarceration is this huge sort of predicament, problem we've been grappling with in different ways. And I guess my first question for you all, and maybe we can start with Dr. Hinton and come this way, is what are some of your earliest experiences with the carceral state? When you reflect on your early experiences, first experiences, what comes to mind?
Thank you, first of all, Professor Ralph, for inviting me to join this esteemed discussion, and I'm really excited to be here with my fellow panelists, and thank all of you for coming. I am an 80s baby, so I kind of came of age in the 80s and 90s at the kind of height of the war on crime and drugs. And I saw firsthand the way that those policies were playing out within my family. Especially, I grew up in Michigan, so, the kind of bedrock of the auto industry, or when the auto industry was deindustrializing. And most of my family on my dad's side lived in Saginaw, Michigan, which is about 40 minutes north of Flint. So people might have heard of Flint. Saginaw is basically like a GM auto town. So when the plant started closing, Saginaw became especially devastated, and many of my cousins fell susceptible to addiction, and with that, incarceration. So that loomed very large, that prospect loomed very large over my childhood, and the impact of their incarceration on my grandparents and my aunt and uncles, who stepped up to help care for my cousins, their children, my cousins' little cousins. But I think that the thing so I was always very aware of these issues, and also very aware of the way that the narrative that was being told in the 90s, especially about, the idea that the reason why there were so many Black and brown people locked up has to do something with pathology, or the long-held associations in the American popular and political imagination between blackness and criminality. I understood the context of my own family and was always very critical of that. But it wasn't until I started visiting my stepfather in prison and started visiting prisons that I began to have a different encounter with the carceral state, and also became really enraged at what I was seeing and wanted to understand the process through which prisons came to be. How you have institutions with mostly, in the visiting room, it would mostly be Black and brown families, Black and brown fathers interacting with their young kids in places that were very far away from where most, if not all, of the people there were from. And I really, when I was in graduate school, really decided to try to understand how this happened. When I started visiting, this was in the early 2000s, so like well before the new Jim Crow and before mass incarceration was a buzzword or people were really talking about it. And it was something that, I think a lot of families that are impacted still do, but feel a lot of shame about. And so being in that space made me want to understand how we got here, how these institutions got here, in order to identify how they might be undone. So.
Yes, just want to open with thanking the organizers, thanking you, Dr. Rao, for inviting me to come to this space. This space is, of course, home to me. I'm here at Howard University, but, very thankful and grateful for the invitation. So yeah, in terms of your first question, so I myself am a formerly incarcerated person with 3 felony convictions. I was sentenced to 10 years in prison as a prior and persistent career criminal. I got hit with the 3 strikes law. I had a prosecutor pushing actually for 20 years to life in prison because she felt that this young Black boy from Ferguson had no hope for change. Fast forward some time, I did my time on my 10-year sentence. I'm now Dr. Stanley Andrees, endocrinologist scientist, and newly tenured associate professor here at the Mecca. So I'm a associate professor at the College of Medicine, also hold a visiting professorship at Georgetown Medicine, or an affiliate professorship at Georgetown. Was at Johns Hopkins for a little bit. Took my talents across seas to this place called Imperial College London in the UK, so I clearly didn't live up to the expectations that this prosecutor had on this young Black boy. But some of the early interactions with the carceral system, I started making poor decisions before at a really young age. I started selling drugs before I was a teenager. I got arrested for the first time at 15. I moved into the juvenile system, continued making poor decisions to the point of accumulating those 3 felony convictions. I had been incarcerated before I got hit with my 10-year sentence. And so I found myself in my early 20s sitting in a courtroom looking at 20 years to life in prison and having this prosecutor paint this picture of this dangerous threat to society. And, sitting in the courtroom, hearing, how do you really always, if you can imagine, why would someone, a human being, want to sentence another human being to life in prison? And how do you convince a judge or jury to do that? Is you have to convince them that they are not human, right? And so, I had this prosecutor making that argument that I was not human. I got hit with the 10, but I went into prison very much feeling as if I wasn't human, and that all the things that she said was, there was a lot of truth to it. And so, yeah, that was my early interactions with the legal system.
Thank you, Sharon. Peace to you all. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to start by saying rest in power to Assata Shakur. How many of y'all know who Assata Shakur was? So, she's connected to the answer to the question, which is to say, I remember being around maybe 15 years old. My parents always used to try to force me to read, and I never would really, I would pretend to read. And I remember being 15 or 16 years old and just bored in my house in the living room. This is before phone, so you were really bored, right? And for some reason, something told me to pluck this one book off the shelf, and it happened to be Assata Shakur's autobiography, written in 1987, Assata. And I remember opening it up to page 1, and it was like lightning struck me, and that was it. It was the first book I ever remember reading from cover to cover, and it totally transformed me. And I remember reading it and saying, I want more of that. And then I just went on a tear and read everything I could find like that, right? There was so much clarity, so much courage, ethics, right? Refusal to back down in the face of determined opposition and repression, right? And so many of you know, but some of you might not know, Assata Shakur was a political prisoner for 6.5 years. She was in solitary confinement for 2.5 of those years in men's prisons. She got pregnant willingly while she was on trial, and so she gave birth behind the walls, and that experience reveals a lot about the suffering that incarcerated women endure in terms of being shackled, in terms of experiencing medical neglect and all of these things. So this was my introduction to prisons. This was my introduction to radical politics. This was my introduction to reading through Assata. And one of the things she says in that book is that Black people in the Western Hemisphere have always been prisoners. And so it's easy to say that and think about it as hyperbole, but she was being quite serious, right? Because the inauguration of the transatlantic slave trade was an act of war, and African people were captured from West Africa as prisoners of war. And actually, there was a case that went to the Supreme Court in which our prisoner of war status was used as a justification for our continued enslavement even after the abolition of the slave trade. So I want to just sort of introduce that there are different genealogies to understanding what the prisons are, and one of the most important routes to understanding what prisons are is to understanding them as a response to our Black revolutionary history. And so we can encounter that through Assata, so I want to bring her into the room and sort of elevate that. But in terms of me personally, I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts, in a Black neighborhood called Roxbury. It was very heavily policed, and I come from a political family. So my aunts and uncles and extended family had different experiences with specifically political incarceration and police repression. And so that's always sort of been a part of how I was raised and educated. I have family members who are incarcerated. But again, it's important to understand that formal incarceration within brick and mortar prisons is actually a secondary, an intensification of the incarceration that Black people in the Western Hemisphere already experience by virtue of us being historical prisoners of war.
Yeah, I appreciate all the responses, very thoughtful and insightful responses. Just to build on some of what Ori was just saying, I think if we think about it's an interesting question for us, like when does a carceral state begin, right? And if in fact we think of it as sort of part of the experience of being brought to this country. I mean, the historian Stephanie Smallwood has written about enslaved people being forced to serve as security on ships for other enslaved people, right? So almost essentially being conscripted into the role of a corrections officer for other captives, right? Or we can think of all the different ways, even in the antebellum period, an enslaved person or even a free Black person could be brought to a jail, held in a jail, even sometimes bailed out of that jail by someone who wasn't that person's legal owner and then forced to work for someone else, right? So there's all kinds of ways that jails have been kind of vaults or ships have been kind of jails. There's many contexts, many ways to think about the carceral state, and many of those are precisely about, as Ori said, sort of suppressing, reducing mobility, freedom, shuttering possibilities for African people, for Black people. So I think along those lines, since we could think about it as sort of part of the experience of any given period, I'm curious if you could say a bit about what motivated your respective book projects, right? Like, what led to the books you ultimately wrote? And also, what made you decide to write your books the way you wrote them, right? Like, some of you have written accounts that are more sort of ethnographic or memoir style, some are more historical, some are over longer historical stretches, some are more compressed histories over the past few decades. So like, what motivated your decision to write the book that way? You know, where'd the book come from first, and then what motivated your decision to write it that way, I guess? Maybe we'll start with Ori this time and go that way.
So I wrote a book called Tip of the Spear. I say in the beginning of that book that I was given an intergenerational assignment. After college, during college and after, I was doing organizing work with a group called the Prison Moratorium Project. That group was founded by a former political prisoner, a Black Panther named Eddie Ellis. Years later, when I was starting my dissertation research, I wanted to interview Eddie. And I was interviewing him about what at the time I was calling criminal justice and mass incarceration. I don't use either of those phrases now for reasons I can talk about if folks are interested. And he basically said, look, you're asking questions that we already had the answer to, like we've already figured these things out. Like if you really want to be useful, you should try to use your skills as an academic to demonstrate that our analysis, meaning the Black radical analysis of prisons, is a better and more rigorous analysis of what prisons are, where they come from, what their function is. And so I took that assignment seriously. And so that is the sort of genesis of Tip of the Spear. So ultimately, and this goes back to Assata as well, she talks about this, right? She talks about the prison as a site of warfare. And again, she doesn't mean that metaphorically, she means actual war. So once I realized that and really started to understand how to study war, one of the things that I encountered, and Elizabeth talked about, different narratives, right? Is the way in which words and narratives are weaponized in war to confuse populations or to control populations. And so, for instance, in the archive, I found an example of a psychological warfare expert who talked about a term called nomenclatural reform, where people in power actively try to identify words that activists are using and to introduce new words in order to reshape how people are thinking about things. And so this, I'm saying, is the origin of terms like correctional facility, correctional officer, talking about superintendents instead of wardens, even criminal justice. That's a mystification. And it's a good thing, it's a positive development that people are now talking about the criminal legal system as opposed to the criminal justice system. When I was with PMP, we were talking about the criminal punishment system. That was 30 years ago. I'm older than I look. So to answer the question of why I decided to write the book like I did, I tried to write it very clearly, and I tried to actively engage with the narrative terrain as a terrain of struggle, refusing to just take for granted the language, the terminology, the presuppositions that are offered to us by the prison system itself, and instead to interrogate those things and to show that the narrative terrain is an active terrain of struggle where we can do a lot of work.
Yeah, I appreciate that before we go to Dr. Stan, because here we're at a writers' festival, and I think it was important to us to sort of have writers of nonfiction here in this conversation about writing, and I think part of what you're pointing to is how intentional you need to be as a researcher with your concepts, with your framing, with your narrative, with your decisions. Sometimes people can understand scholarship, they can almost suggest that it should be taken at face value, right? That like, okay, this is the evidence, and you're just merely kind of reporting what you found in the archive, or you're just sort of showing what the data says or something like that. But in fact, as you say, like your lexicon, your nomenclature, your framing, your periodization, all these things shape what we understand to be happening and define reality. So thank you for that, Dr. Stan.
So thank you for that question. So I have 2 books that are available here. The first book is From Prison Cells to PhD, It's Never Too Late to Do Good. And as that title suggests, From Prison Cells to PhD, it is my journey, but it's not really about me. It's really more about the social, political, cultural things that go on in our society that young black boys from places like Ferguson and St. Louis can find themselves looking at life in prison and getting sentenced to 10 years in prison, and then what it looks like to support individuals in those circumstances as they come home from prison. And, you know, so to tell you a little bit more about my journey, I went into prison just having been told by this prosecutor that I was this dangerous threat to society, as I was mentioning, and that really sunk in. For the earlier parts of my incarceration, I was moving in that way as if I was going to be in this revolving door of incarceration, as if I was, this is what people like me deserve, and that this is the only thing that we're good for. So I was kind of living that narrative that was painted for me. I was fortunate to have this mentor step into my life that saw me using my talents and potential differently and started investing in my potential with money and time. That tied with, over the course of the first 2 years of my incarceration, my father went through a number of surgeries, hospitalizations, and amputations to where he eventually ended up losing his battle with type 2 diabetes. You know, for many people, probably are familiar with you know, losing a loved one, but dealing with death while you're locked in a cage is this exponentially more challenging thing. And one of the examples that I give is, you know, on the outside you are experiencing something that's challenging and causing pain, and it might lead you to tears or feeling sad. When in an incarcerated state, when you're locked up, you know, crying is literally something that could bring harm your way. So you can't do that normal human emotion. Being angry is another thing that comes with grieving, and that could bring harm your way on the inside. So you literally can't be human on the inside. And so for me, one of the ways that I dealt with and coped with this was I picked up my first scientific article on diabetes while I was incarcerated. And for anybody that's familiar with scientific articles, you probably know that every other word is something that you've never heard of before. And there's no Google, WebMD, and definitely wasn't ChatGPT back then. So it would literally take me weeks and months to go through these scientific articles. But what I often tell folks is, although my body was physically locked in this prison cell, my mind was freely roaming around the human cell, and in that way, I actually was free. So I ended up freeing my mind long before my body was free, and I started seeing myself differently. I started seeing myself not like this prosecutor had saw me, and years go by, and eventually this mentor stays with me, encourages me to continue my education. He helps me put together a number of applications while I'm still incarcerated. It takes a lot of work to do that. I talk a little bit more about that in the book. And almost, you know, immediately after pressing the submit button, just rejection after rejection after rejection. I got rejected from every single place I applied to except for St. Louis University, where he was on the admissions committee at. I got into St. Louis University, completed my MBA and PhD simultaneously in 4 years at the top of my class, and moved on to these places like Hopkins, Howard, and so forth that I was mentioning earlier. And the book, I got out of prison and got in to school, and I was really scared. I didn't know how I got in. I thought this mentor was kind of a magician, and I didn't want to tell anyone about my experience, kind of to what you were saying earlier, and I'll talk a little bit about that, you know, maybe later, of how my family felt that shame. And so I got out, and didn't want to tell anyone about it. And, you know, time goes by, and then the events that happened in Ferguson with all the protests and uprising was going on in my hometown. I got pretty heavily involved in that. And then I had just moved to Baltimore, and then got pretty heavily involved in the uprisings in Baltimore, and got connected to the late Elijah Cummings and Marilyn Mosby, and started sharing my story in their spaces in kind of a smaller space. And they encouraged me to tell my story at a broader pace. And I ended up starting an organization that shares the name of the first book, From Prison Cells to PhD. We help currently and formerly incarcerated men and women pursue higher education. We have a program here at Howard that helps them get in full ride scholarships into STEM and to get bachelor's degree here at Howard. And I started that, and I also knew that we needed to be doing policy work. So with the encouragement of people like Elijah Cummings and Marilyn Mosby and others, I testified on the Hill, and my story was picked up by the Washington Post and NPR, then PBS, and a couple other places. and several publishers reached out, and that was the result of, that's how the first book came about.
That also had maybe implications for your position at Hopkins.
You mean during all that?
I mean, there may be a relationship to your publicity to sort of your experiences in the academy. I don't know if you want to.
Oh yeah. I thought I was gonna say that for the book, but yeah. So I was at Johns Hopkins at that particular time. I was just at Hopkins yesterday, which was so interesting. I hadn't been back. I was back for another book event there. I hadn't been back in a while. I was there for 5 years, and I start this nonprofit and share my story publicly for the first time, and the Washington Post picked up my story. I had never shared with anybody really until that time, so I had to tell my immediate boss, who is a Chinese woman. We're endocrinologist scientists, so science person, and I tell her, or actually I send her a message and say, can Washington Post come into the lab, because they were going to bring cameras and all this stuff. And I also CC'd her boss, and she didn't respond to me. Her boss immediately said, oh my goodness, this is so fantastic. I never knew this about you. Yes, Washington Post can come in and do this. Washington Post come in, do all the film, the article and things come out, and a month goes by, and I usually see her every day, and I didn't see her for a month. And a month goes by, and she comes up to me and tells me that she read the piece, and she says when she first came here from China and moved to Baltimore, she knew that the Black community needed a person like me to really be inspirational. And she was like, you are an inspiration. And then there was a pause, and then she told me she was firing me. And then the next thing she came back with was, and she said she was firing me because of Donald Trump was cutting NIH fund. This was the first time Donald Trump was around. And then she said, but maybe we could use your story to get some grant money. And the same, those three things. You're an inspiration, you're fired, and let's use your inspiration for money.
When you hear stuff like that, it's like surprising, but it's never really surprising. So I was very lucky. I had fantastic mentors all throughout my academic journey, but one of them, the late Manning Marable, taught me that history is a weapon that we fight with. History is a weapon with which we fight, and I really believe that. And so, this is like uncouth in the discipline of history, because we're supposed to be objective and we're supposed to just, not have any presentist or political motivations in our work. But I think that's irresponsible, and I think that's also not a part of what the Black radical tradition is or what Black studies is. So I think my approach, I already talked some about the questions that came into my first book. How did mass criminalization, how did mass incarceration happen? What is the process through which it happened? How can we think about it as a historical process and not the way that it had been portrayed, which is, this is just, Black and brown people are inherently violent, and this is just what happens. This is why they're disproportionately locked up, which we know is, again, another narrative myth. So I wanted to understand that, and I love archives. I love doing archival work. I realized quickly that I love doing high policy archival work. So I loved that my first book was based on the White House central files of every presidential administration, from the Kennedy administration through the Reagan administration. I think I looked at every single document I could get my hands on and declassified tens of thousands of pages worth of documents in those administrations that dealt with crime control, drug policy, law enforcement, anything and everything. And I love doing that work and digging for these receipts, basically. I wanted to find receipts, and that work proved that the move to massively criminalize young Black and brown, but initially young Black men in the 60s and 70s, was preemptive, that it was based on ideas that high policymakers had about where potential and future crime was going to occur, not based on actual crime, and that these policymakers in these internal high conversation, high politics conversations in the boardrooms, very, very far removed from the communities in which the policies that they were discussing were actually implemented, saw young black men between the ages of 15 and 25 as responsible, this was in the 60s, for most of the nation's crime, without troubling how we even arrive at the crime rates that we do, or why crime figures look the way that they do, and we could talk about that later on if we have time. We try to be quick. And then targeted that group for new policing programs and eventually the new prisons that were being built based on projections about black youth populations into the 70s and 80s. So I wanted to do that work and get the receipts and write the book. Oh my gosh, call 911 on my hands. I wanted to write the book in such a way that it would, my primary audience, I had two audiences in mind, directly impacted people, and actually the earliest feedback that I received on my dissertation chapters were from my stepfather and the community of men that he was incarcerated with. So directly impacted people and their families, and then policymakers. I really wanted the research to be something that would be undeniable, to show that we arrived here. The U.S. became the world's greatest incarcerator as a result of a sets of decisions and assumptions that that policymakers at all levels of government made about groups of people. And if this is the result of a rapid set of decisions made by individuals, then it's also possible to identify how they could be undone. My second book, America on Fire, is based on an archive that should have been public for a very long time, but that was kind of passed around among this clubby group of political scientists, and I kind of landed on it by happenstance. And with that book, I was very intentional about the kind of story that I was looking for, and what I was trying to find with the policy set of research. With the second book, in these archival clippings of Black rebellion, of really showing Black communities' responses to the federal government's decision to invest and expand police operations in targeted low-income communities of color. The fact that the kind of mass response to that was to engage in political violence, was to fight back, was a story that I was very interested in telling, and I think shows the way that the initial response on the part of the communities that were targeted by these new policies in the aftermath of the civil rights era was to collectively mobilize and fight back against these new external forces that were being supported by the federal government in policing, surveilling, and eventually incarcerating that same group of young Black men between the ages of 15 to 25 that policymakers grew increasingly concerned about in the post-war period, but especially in the context of civil rights legislation and deindustrialization.
Thank you. We don't have much time, so I want to make sure we get the audience involved. I know many of you probably have questions, comments, reflections on what our speakers have been saying, so I wanted to open it up for questions. Yes, Halia. Yeah, Halia. Oh, you wait for the microphone? This one up here. No.
I mean, there's an extra one right
here.
Could you leave that mic there,
Oh,
please,
sorry.
sir? Thank you.
Oh, apologies, guys. I don't want to get in trouble. There you go.
Hey, y'all. I want to thank you for your time to come here, share your stories and your insight from your novels with us. I have a question regarding the idea of non-personhood, how the incarceral system has a need to dehumanize us, and a mechanism that's required to force us into labor and view us only as like black bodies, as material cargo, and subjugate us physically. But from your experience, you were talking about that way in which you were physically subjugated in a physical cell, but the cell of your mind allowed you a different type of freedom. So thinking about the incarceral systems tied to the slave trade and how far back that goes, what are tools that you've observed either in the history of our subjugation as African descendants or your personal experience that we have held on to our humanity and known who we are and found that kind of freedom outside of the physical subjugation?
Thank you. Maybe we should take 2 or 3 questions together and then let our panelists respond. Are there other questions at this juncture? Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Salam, my name is Millie. I'm a Howard student in the African Studies Department. I'm curious to hear y'all's take about future world building. I'm thinking about like prison abolition and your thoughts from that word on.
Maybe one last question, if there's one at this moment. Okay, we'll start with those 2. So tools that we sort of use to grapple with these challenges.
If the 2 of you don't mind, I could jump in on the first one. Since I think we all 3 kind of touched on it a little bit, and from my personal experience, what I realized is that my mind had been incarcerated even before my body was incarcerated. And I think it speaks to, something that you mentioned as well, the history of what we've been through in this country and world and structural and systemic racism has really incarcerated our communities without the physical aspect of incarceration. I think, of course, physical incarceration then puts this extra layer of psychological incarceration on individuals. And so, folks who are incarcerated and previously incarcerated that we work with, the work that we do, so I mentioned kind of briefly the quick explanation to what we do. My nonprofit, From Prison Cells to PhD, we run a program called Prison to Professionals, and I mentioned we help currently and formerly incarcerated men and women pursue higher education. But on a more, that's kind of some of the numbers that we show, and we've had 2,500 people apply and 1,000 people go through the program, right? And that's what we do. But what we know we actually do is decarcerating minds and making people feel whole again. So really the work that we do is to try to make people feel whole again and feel like they have value and purpose. And partly how we do that is helping them to decarcerate their mind and stop thinking that their potential is only to put on a construction hat and work in some type of physical labor and use their talents that they were given. So I think that's my personal experience, is that we've been incarcerated, our minds have been incarcerated even before physical incarceration in terms of certain communities.
Right. Tools or abolition?
I'll try to speak to both. I think one of the things, thinking about, and we've been talking through this panel about kind of the way in which since contact or the post-contact with Europeans, people of African descent have been in this kind of various conditions of confinement. You mentioned the slave trade to the prison system today. I think one of the things that I think about a lot in just thinking about like the genius inside and the way that resistance happens, the way that, like, for instance, someone who was essentially like an uncle to me, back when they had more cell phones in the California prison system, was talking about how there was about to be a lockdown, so they had, like, he had created some kind of ammonia based on the chemicals that he had access to. People were sending kites telling them in other blocks, like, okay, they're coming, they're gonna check for cell phones. So they figured out how to make this ammonia that would, like, deactivate whatever the the thing was that would pick up the cell phone rays, and they were able to do that without having to like throw out their cell phones, and that and many, many other things, that actually for me gives insight into like enslavement, because it's like you see how people, and that's not archived, recorded, that's not going to be something that we can see that happens, but that kind of stuff happens all the time. And I think it indicates that like there was things like that happening all the time under conditions of enslavement that we can't see because it's not in the archive. So in that sense, it kind of gives it helps us reflect back on like what resistance looks like in conditions that seem totalizing but never are. And then to the question about futures, which is similar, like I don't think that you can't have a society that is based on any kind of love, equality, humanity in which prisons exist. They're antithetical to that. So I would hope that our future, even as dark as it may seem at times, and what we're building is going to get us there. And there's no way that institution could be a part of what that future is, because of what we've been talking about, the dehumanization that institution involves, and the fact that the punishment is not the sentence, but the punishment is the condition, the conditions and the cruelty and the torture that happens in the institution through which the institution runs, and the fact that the institution is based entirely on violence.
I just want to draw out something before it comes to Ori that Elizabeth just touched on. That was part of what Stan said as well, and also in Ori's work, this question of kind of resourcefulness and ingenuity. You know, Halia and I were just talking about that earlier this morning, this idea of, well, what is our tradition? Is our tradition something concrete that's passed down, or is it sort of the resources and the ability to reimagine possibilities and the ingenuity and the sort of adapting your weapons and strategies to new circumstances that's being passed down? You know, and I think all of you have touched on sort of how, despite what people are facing, they're not reducible to those strategies used to try to repress them, and how people are kind of relentless in their resourcefulness and their ingenuity, and that just seems so important. And but yeah, I'll come to Ori in this response to this question of either tools or abolition or either one.
No, I mean, I want to really acknowledge what you said. I mean, I think what you narrated in terms of your own experience speaks to a much longer tradition of self-education that happens under these conditions of extreme duress. I mean, Malcolm X said the same thing in his book. He said, once I was in prison and started studying, that was the freest I had ever been in my life. So I want to just thank you for putting that into the space. I think, you know, the dehumanization question is interesting because one of the things that I had to encounter when I was researching Tip of the Spear is the kinds of ritualistic violence that gets played out when we, as Black people, start to move out of place. James Baldwin said this. He said, imagine waking up one day and finding that the stars were out of place or something like that. The stars were aflame and things were upside down. And this is actually what is experienced by the power structure when our people start to move out of our position of subordination. And so in some ways, these rituals of dehumanization become necessary, not because they think we're not human, but because they know we are. Yeah. And because when they look at us, their own dehumanization of themselves is reflected back on them. So part of what we need to be doing when we're thinking and writing about carceral violence is to think about the psychology of white supremacy, right? Which is all bound up in this as well. So I wanted to say that regarding the abolition question, I mean, I've been an abolitionist for a long time, but I've also, in light of my continued study and thinking about how that term has essentially been co-opted and drained of all of its meaning, been rethinking it. And especially in this political moment where we're in a moment of intense and overt fascism, right? And so we need to be real clear that first of all, abolition is a praxis, it's not an identity. So that's part of the problem, is that we got all these people walking around here talking about I'm an abolitionist, but it's like, okay, it's actually about what you do, you can make abolition happen with other people in the unfolding of your activity, right? So we can look to Du Bois, Black Reconstruction, for a blueprint for how that has unfolded historically. I wrote a book about Attica, and I think that if we look at Attica from a revolutionary perspective, we will see the unfolding of abolition. But it's an abolition that's not without contradiction, which is to say that in the yard in Attica, after the brothers took the prison over, they actually had a prison in the prison. And they had a prison to incarcerate counter-revolutionaries. So here's the question, and it's a real question because I don't know the answer. How are we going to do abolition when we got all these fascist counter-revolutionaries running around? They're not going to allow us to just take their power, right? So there is a real question. The question of violence is a real question. And it's nice to just say, yeah, we want a world without prisons, we want a world without violence. I want that too, but you know, it was Stokely Carmichael who said that, you know, Martin Luther King made a key mistake by basing his philosophy on nonviolence, which is based on the idea that your enemy has a conscience and our enemy has none. So the question that I think we really need to seriously be talking about is what kind of politics, right, do we need to be engaged in within this context where we're facing an ascendant fascist enemy that has no conscience?
Yeah, I think all these comments sort of are bringing us to an important place. I think with respect to the question of violence, political violence, I mean, so much puerile nonsense has been said about political violence even in the past few weeks, particularly in the media. And it's curious even how people define violence, you know? The violence takes a particular form, right? But I think one of the sort of the major theoretical contributions of Asada and others was to sort of have us rethink even what we call violence, right? Is self-defense in fact violence, right? Is ending colonial rule violence? It's considered violence, right? I mean, the way that the colonialists wrote about the Haitian Revolution, you would have thought the Haitians were the one colonizing people. You know, they thought it was demonic and barbaric and savage and violent to end the French colonial rule, not that French colonial rule was violent, right? So I think even the very notion of violence versus protecting our communities versus sort of empowering ourselves for, you know,
counter-violence.
Right, exactly. So I think even what's been sort of foisted upon us, the nomenclature, back to this question of nomenclature, right? We ought to be much more rigorous than sort of the language that's been handed to us. Other thoughts? We have about 12 minutes left. Yes, please.
I'm curious, what countries would you identify as having, if not a more humane approach to addressing people's behavior that is counter to. Would you please repeat the question for us? I don't know if I can.
We will help you repeat it.
Okay, I'm curious if there are countries that you all have identified that at least are beginning to approach a more humane way of addressing behavior by its citizens that is contrary to what is productive, so on and so forth. And I also want to mention a couple examples. In the early 70s, I was a part of the Venceremos Brigade in Cuba, and some of the Vietnamese were there, and they talked about the women that were in what's the word I'm looking for? That were interacting with the American soldiers and others and their behavior. And they simply did education with them and offered them other options. So that was one example. There was another real example when someone terribly misbehaved while we were in Cuba. And it was interesting to watch the Cubans. Every day they would take him on a walk on the beach. He was in a leadership, he was an activist, he was a leader in his community. And we asked him later what was the process. And he said every morning they would talk to him in terms of, you're a leader. And in terms of your example to the people, you know, and just constantly reminded him what his behavior needed to look like. Ethical behavior, his accountability to his community. They still sent him back home, but nevertheless, I thought it was very interesting how they were using a process that was appealing to his higher sense of values in terms of who he was and whose he was in terms of his accountability to his community. So, but okay.
Well, I mean, if you don't mind, I actually prefer to take your question as a comment because I feel like you've offered us a lot with your examples and your reflections. And I think something, I mean, you've mentioned several countries in which you said, which were, I think, really helpful historical cases and examples. And I think part of what you're pointing to with your comment is the importance of being sort of tactical and strategic. I think this is something that Ori was speaking to as well. And I would say on the question of abolition, the question of liberation, some conversations are for public debate and consumption, some are not, you know what I mean? In the sense that if people are really tactical and strategic, there's some conversations that happen in private, obviously, right? And I also think that on the question of fascism, which we're in the midst of a resurgence of fascism, fascism has been defeated before, and it can be defeated again, but it was not defeated by books before, and it probably will not be defeated by books this time. So I think that people have to be much more serious and much more rigorous, even with that conversation, you know? And I think that what you said really offers us a lot in terms of that, so.
I do actually have a quick response, though. I really appreciated both your question and the example you offered. So, and I think one way to think about it is to look for contemporary examples across geography, and people would often, you know, identify the Scandinavian countries, which I think in many ways is a distraction because those countries have a totally different political history, a totally different historical development. Another place that we can look is different indigenous, I'm talking about African, also indigenous responses to undesirable behaviors. So I'm thinking, for example, Dr. Bonsinki Fukiao, who's passed, who wrote a book called African Cosmology and the Bantu Congo, where he talks about, what he called criminology, but it's within an overall context of African philosophy and theory, right? So I would highlight that as one example. And then the only other thing I wanted to say is that I think it's really interesting that you mentioned Cuba and revolutionary Vietnam, both of which are socialist countries. The primary contradiction is the capitalist mode of production and the way that human life is being commodified and the way that populations are being rendered surplus. So we actually live in a society in which prisons are necessary. Now, I'm not saying that because I think that that's a good thing. I'm saying that as an objective understanding of how our society works. Prisons are necessary in order to absorb all of the people who are being rendered obsolete by the capitalist mode of production, okay? And so any discussion about, okay, how are we gonna create an abolitionist world has to involve how are we gonna create an anti-capitalist world? How are we gonna create a socialist world where people have their basic needs met, right? Once people have their basic needs met, we can start to have different conversations about how we deal with undesirable behaviors. The last thing I'll say, and this might be controversial, I don't think there's inherently anything wrong with sequestering someone who does some undesirable behavior in a place and isolating them, right? But that's not what prisons in the United States are. Prisons in the United States are forms of low-intensity warfare that are designed to dehumanize people, right? And so I think, yeah, there are different situations in which people might need to be separated, but like you just said in your example, that separation can involve different kinds of engagement that recognize the humanity of the population. So I think those are some of the questions we have to be answering.
Yeah, just quickly, I think on this question of surplus, I think it's really interesting because even as people are rendered surplus in a prison, they're still counted as votes. They're still part of kind of stock prices for Corrections Corporation of America. So they're rendered surplus in one sense, but they're capitalized upon in another sense, either in electoral politics or in finance. And I also think when we revisit these histories, we've been talking about histories of slavery to the present, many of the societies that once had maroon communities and things like that still have very active sort of insurgent movements, liberation struggles in and around maroon communities and among indigenous people. I mean, people say if you go far enough south in Mexico, there's kind of places that the state have basically abdicated and accepted that people will govern themselves, and they do govern themselves. They'll say, oh, you can take a bus down there, it's very safe. It's sort of like, you know, in the control of people themselves, right? So I think there are many examples actually of people sort of seizing territory, taking land back, deciding what their own norms, protocols, and laws will be, both in a kind of formal way and informally, once you start to sort of explore these geographies. It may or may not be by nation state, you know, but within states and across states, I think there are a lot of sort of active struggles, meaningful struggles. So I apologize, we only have maybe a few more minutes, but we still have to take a couple more questions. Yes.
Well, I would just love to hear, based on your last point about,
Thank you for bringing the microphone.
Based on your last point about, sequestering individuals who are doing harm from a given community and putting them in isolation, I would love to hear the other panelists. What are your thoughts in terms of dealing with or managing, handling, whatever the word is, for those types of individuals? Do you share the same sentiments, or do you envision something different?
Okay, we'll take one or two more if we have it, and then we'll just let our panelists sort of, you know, offer their comments by way of closing. Yes.
Just to kind of piggyback on your question, what are your thoughts on like restorative practices or restorative justice? How does that fit into the model that you imagine?
I think that's what the sister sort of narrated, so I'm in support of that, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I mean, I think that I heard that, you know, he was in support of you know, the comment that was made about the uplifting someone's humanity, and I mean, having been, and so I could understand that, and having just been a human who was locked in a cage, like, I mean, I just believe that there are ways that we don't need to lock people in any type of locked doors and places to really, you know, deal with behavior that is not the norm of a particular community. And I think, you know, what I heard was being explained is that there's ways to do it with love, and I think there's ways to do it with love, and it doesn't need to be in a locked environment.
Yeah, I think Dr. Burton said it. I agree completely with what he said, which is that you can't, there has to be these systems within capitalism. You have to, in order to even get to a place where we can really have these conversations, it cannot happen within a capitalist society. And I think we can really begin to have these conversations when people's needs are met, when people's basic needs are met. And once that happens, you know, I think that there are all kinds of different responses that we could envision when somebody causes harm to somebody else. I think a lot of those practices can be restorative. I think if people have their needs met, they're much less likely to cause harm in the first place. So it ends up being this cycle, and the violence and trauma that are enacted on certain people make it more likely that they're gonna harm others. So when we begin to break these socioeconomic and structural cycles of violence that are happening in our communities, we will get a different kind of result. So I think that's part of it. You know, maybe there are some people who do need to be removed from society if they're causing harm to others. But that might also mean that the response is we give them help. We give people help and care that they need in order to be able to return. I mean, somewhat to your earlier point, and I think it has everything to do with the history of slavery and settler colonialism here and in the Americas, and that's why exactly we see some of the most brutal systems in the United States and in places like Brazil and Colombia. But in most places, the way that we sentence people, especially young people, babies, black and brown babies, to prison for their adult lives, life without the possibility of parole. That does not happen in other places. The max sentence is 25 years, and that's like max. Like, you really harmed a lot of people. And so I think, you know, the way that we even think about what that means to be removed from the community or sequestered within like the way that we punish the United States, we have to break out of that to think about how to actually get people help and support that they need. And this is all based in a belief that, you know, humans are fundamentally good, and that people can make mistakes and deserve second chances, and that retribution is not the response when harm occurs. And I think, you know, not everybody, that's not what our criminal legal system is based on, and that's not what a lot of people believe. Many people don't believe in second chances.
I gotta say one more thing. So I'm in agreement with everything that was said, but I think this conversation is focused on the person who is a member of our community who causes harm. I'm also thinking politically about how do we defeat fascism and seize power from the fascists. We got a lot of enemies, y'all. We have people who do not recognize our humanity, and we have to take power from them. And they're not going to want us to take power from them. They're going to try to keep their power. So that is another dynamic on top of this. This is valid. I'm not talking about people who can be negotiated with. These people are telling us that they don't want to negotiate.
And they're
using
armed.
genocidal language. We can see what's unfolding right now in Palestine. That's what I'm talking about, right? So, yeah, some of them people at the very least need to be put behind locked doors for sure. Until we can figure out how to, you know, whatever, nah, I'm not with it. I'm not, but for real, I'm with it if we're having a conversation about what we do internal to our communities. And I'm not just talking about black people, I'm talking about people who recognize the sanctity of humanity, right? Because there are a lot of people who do not recognize that, and they will not listen to any of our words. And so I'm saying these are the people that we have to think about how to defeat.
Yeah, what I appreciate about this panel is that it's very rich in what you've offered us conceptually, but it's also very powerful what you're offering us strategically and tactically. And I think that, you know, ultimately, part of this conversation is about deciding, you know, what it means to be in alignment with each other, what it means to sort of build a community that we can sort of grow and evolve and defend over time, you know, and just to kind of have a very sober and candid analysis of what that will involve and what that will entail, and to have like the public part of that conversation for those of us who are interested in those broader reflections, and also make ourselves available for the private conversation for those of us who are willing to sort of go deeper into the sort of tactical aspects of any kind of liberation struggle. But thank you for joining us, and please join me in thanking the panelists.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Lauren Bowie Kramer, the Senior Manuscript Librarian in the Manuscripts Division of the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. On behalf of the entire family at the center, we would like to welcome everyone to the final day of the International Black Writers Festival here at Howard University. If you were here for any of the previous sessions earlier today, thank you so much for sticking with us to the very end. And I hope you're able to benefit from this festival and go home and take at least one thing with you. From our events to our clothing, here at MSRC, we pride ourselves in protecting, preserving, and promoting the Black diaspora through events and outlets like the festival we have curated for you this week. To keep up to date with our events and news, follow us on Instagram at MoorlandHU and our website, msrc.howard.edu. For our next event, we will join scholar Dana Williams, author of the new book, Tony at Random, and acclaimed novelist Jacqueline Woodson for a keynote conversation. Together, they celebrate the power of storytelling, literature, and the ways words shape culture, identity, and community. Dana A. Williams is Dean of the Howard University Graduate School and a specialist in contemporary African American literature. She is the author of Tony at Random, the iconic writer's legendary editorship, from 2025, which chronicles Toni Morrison's editorial work at Random House and has served in leadership roles in major literary and scholarly organizations. Jacqueline Woodson is the author of 40 books for young people and adults, including Brown Girl Dreaming, Another Brooklyn, and Red at the Bone. A Guggenheim and MacArthur Fellow, she has served as National Ambassador for Young People's Literature and founded Baldwin for the Arts. Please help me welcome Dana Williams and Jacqueline Woodson to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you for that intro. And thank you, Jackie, for being here with us.
Oh, I'm so excited. I love this festival. And thanks, everyone, for coming out to hear us speak. So we had talked about starting with a reading, and then we're going to talk writing and editing and all things Black. Yakety black, black, black.
Sorry. It's usually very difficult for me to make a decision about where I will start or where I will read because it's a tough decision. There are lots of things that you could talk about, but this one was really easy because I opened the book very intentionally so with the Black Writers Festival at Howard. A few minutes before 10 a.m. on Saturday, April 24th, 1976, conference attendees hurried to their seats in the School of Social Work auditorium at Howard University in anticipation of the final panel of the Second National Conference of Afro-American Writers. The conference, which was organized by the Institute of Arts and Humanities, or IAH, under the direction of the incomparable poetry scholar Stephen E. Henderson, brought together virtually all the major Black writers and critics for the second time in 2 years to discuss the state and future of Black writing in the United States. Themed Beyond Survival, 200 Years of Black Literature, 1776 to 1976, a nod, of course, to America's bicentennial, the conference had one outlier to its list of standing panels on fiction, nonfiction, poetry, drama, literature for young people, and screenwriting. By popular demand, the organizers added a panel on publishing. I'll skip around here just a bit. Carol Parks gives an introduction of Toni Morrison, noting that Morrison had earned her MA from Cornell in 1955 and had graduated from Howard in 1973. As the crowd's whisperings became louder in response to the era, Morrison flashed her characteristically bright smile and feigned a look of self-satisfaction for the impossible achievement. She leaned her head to the side to Zoo Bolton, who was seated next to her, and Zoo Bolton was a publisher as well, winked her eye at him, and nodded as if to say, "I'm that good." Parks, feeling like a voyeur who had not been let in on the joke, because the whole room was laughing and murmuring and everything's going on, and she couldn't figure out what was happening. Morrison yells out, "You got the years wrong, Carol." You said I graduated from Howard in 1973. The room erupted in laughter, thankful for the release valve, because she decided it would. The room now felt momentous, yet light. Part of, and I'll stop here just for a quick debrief, part of the tension seemed to be no one was exactly sure how Morrison would show up back at Howard. The panel itself was on Black independent publishers. Morrison, of course, was working at Random House, which is a mainstream, still one of the big fives. And some people felt that she should not have been on the panel because it was about Black independent publishers. And publishers like Random House were running Black independent publishers out of business. There's also the tension around the fact that a few weeks earlier, John H. Johnson, who was still publishing Ebony and Jet, decided no more Black World because it was too, guess what? Black. So Morrison shows up, has just finished The Bluest Eye. It's somewhat well known in the community, but people still don't know how to respond to her. The other problem is she and Carol Parks had an argument. Carol Parks had been at Black World before it was closed, unceremoniously, and had sent a letter to Toni Morrison about the fact that Black World got paperback copies of Henry Dumas's book instead of hardcover. Toni Morrison writes back, says, like, what do you think I am? Or how much time do you think I have to go down to the stockroom, get a paperback instead of a hard book back and send it to you? Like, and she says quite candidly, Hoyt Fuller, Hoyt's letter bothered me. Yours hurt me. Because she thought that they were friends. So this is the first time that they have seen each other. All right, lots of drama. You gotta read the chapter to get the rest of it. I'm skipping to the end, which is really important, and this is how I got the title of the first chapter. And we can talk a little bit about why I chose this as the opening chapter. Because you're talking about Toni Morrison at Random House, how do you situate it in Blackness? And I had to contort myself to figure it out, but I did it. For just over 45 minutes, Morrison fielded questions along with the other panelists until the question and answer period finally ended. Most of the concerns about publishing would be addressed with concrete action items during the business meeting, Parks noted. What Morrison made clear with even more insistence than the other panelists was that the commitment and self-determination were the things in highest commitment and self-determination were the things in highest demand. The obstacles were outsized, yes, but they were not insurmountable. Somewhere between exasperation and entreaty, after someone kept saying, well, what are we gonna do? Well, do we need to do this? Do we need to build an audience? Like, what do we need to do? And she says, quote, while there may not be many bookstores that are stocking Black books, and while there may not be many Black bookstores, while there may not be many places where editors can get reviews for their books, while there may not be many places on television, radio, and so on that will give us the opportunity to distribute or publicize our books, there is one other thing, and there's always been that other thing. That's us. We all we got.
I'm so excited to talk about Toni at Random because that first chapter had so much beef in it. You know, it just, and you know, the beef is timeless, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it. So I'm going to read a short part from two different books. One is Remember Us, which is considered middle grade fiction, and the other one is Another Brooklyn, which is considered adult fiction, because I get a lot of questions about how this works, you know, what makes a book adult fiction, what makes a book middle grade fiction, and it also, and both books are breaking a bunch of rules in what the rules for those two genres is. So this is called Remember Us, and the backstory is I grew up in a neighborhood called Bushwick in Brooklyn. Bushwick. So I know by the woo that you grew up in the old Bushwick with me, not this new Bushwick. Okay. Bushwick has changed a lot, but it was a neighborhood with a lot of fires back in the day, and there's a whole history behind that. So. And the main character telling the story is around 11 or 12, I think she's 12. The moon is bright tonight and full, hanging low above the house across the street, where an orange curtain blows in and out of our neighbor's window, out and in. And past the curtain, there's the golden light of their living room lamps. Beyond that, there is the pulsing blue of their television screen. I see this all now. I see a world continuing. And in the orange and gold and blue, I'm reminded again of the year when sirens screamed through my old neighborhood and smoke always seemed to be billowing somewhere. That year, from the moment we stepped out of our houses in the morning till late into the night, we heard the sirens, down Knickerbocker, up Madison, across Cornelia, both ways on Gates Avenue, down Ridgewood Place, rounding the corners of Putnam, Wilson, Evergreen. Evergreen. Sometimes a word comes to you after time has passed, and it catches you off guard. Evergreen. The name of a family of trees and the name of a block in Brooklyn. Evergreen. Another way of saying forever. That year, nothing felt evergreen. Palmetto, a word that has never left me, a word that in my mind is evergreen. Palmetto, the name for both a stunning tree and an oversized cockroach. Palmetto is also the name of the street in my old neighborhood, and that year, Palmetto Street was burning. That was the year when one by one, the buildings on Palmetto melted into a mass of rock and ash and crumbled plaster until just a few walls were left standing. Walls that we threw our balls against and chased each other around. And at the end of the day, when we were too tired to play anymore, they were the walls we simply sat down by and pressed our backs into, staring out over the block that was already, even as we stared at it with our lips slightly parted and our hands shielding the last of the sun from our eyes, almost gone. We said, well, nothing lasts for always, right? We said, one day, even the whole earth will disappear. We were just kids making believe we understood, but we didn't, not yet. We didn't understand the fires or life or the world, but we knew that neighborhood was our world, and we knew our world was burning. And this is a short piece from the beginning of Another Brooklyn. All my books don't take place in Brooklyn, but a lot of them do. For a long time, my mother wasn't dead yet. Mine could have been a more tragic story. My father could have given in to the bottle or the needle or a woman and left my brother and me to care for ourselves, or worse, in the care of New York City Children's Services, where my father said there was seldom a happy ending. But this didn't happen. I know now that what is tragic isn't the moment, it is the memory. If we had had jazz, would we have survived differently? If we had known that our story was if we had known that our story was a blues with a refrain running through it, would we have lifted our heads, said to each other, this is memory, again and again until the living made sense? Where would we be now if we had known there was a melody to our madness? Because even though Sylvia, Angela, Gigi, and I came together like a jazz improv, half notes tentatively moving toward one another until the ensemble found its footing and the music felt like it had always been playing, we didn't have jazz to know this was who we were. We had the top 40 music of the 1970s trying to tell our story. It never quite figured us out. Thank you. So I haven't finished Tony at Random yet. I'm about halfway through, and my mind is blown by how well it's written. I mean, I'm not surprised because, you got those chops, but just how much we learn about publishing, about the history of publishing, about the history of Black people in publishing and book buying, and Toni herself and the impact she had not only on literature and not only on literature to Black folks and beyond, but on publishing itself. So my first question is, where did this begin for you?
At Howard, quite simply, I was in a graduate seminar with Eleanor Traylor, and we were reading Gail Jones, Toni Cade Bambara, Leon Forrest, Henry Dumas, and John McCluskey. And I had shifted my interest from Black women playwrights early in my graduate career to contemporary African-American fiction. So I'm hyped. I'm like, all right, we reading these novels. And of course, as we were joking, I was joking with Darlene the other day about what literature after 1970 is, because that's what the Norton calls it, literature after 1970. That's it.
Wait, that's who calls it that?
The Norton Anthology. That's it. Just like everybody else has a period, or there's the Black Arts Movement, there's the Harlem Renaissance, and then literature after 1970. So bland. And we're trying to figure out like what this period is. So I go to Dr. T and I said, all right, I'm excited. Like I've never, some of these books I hadn't read. Glad to see them. But like, what made you make this decision? She casually says, oh, those are the books that Toni edited when she was at Random House. Wow. And I go, what?
I love it.
Like, what? And I said, Toni Morrison was an editor? Like, I didn't quite understand editing the way that I have come to, obviously. I was thinking about it really. I knew she had done something with the Black Book, but I was thinking about editing like an academic. Like, you edit an anthology, you edit. That part I knew of her as an editor, if you will. And she's like, well, she worked at Random House, and these are the books that she brought into print. And at that moment, I was like, oh, I got it. I know exactly what I want to do. I want to put her in conversation with the writers that she edited for my dissertation. Dr. Traylor goes, no, it's too much. This is too big of a project. Like, just pick one of the authors. And I'm like, I'm going to show her. And then 6 months later, I'm like, she's right. I wasted a lot of time. And then I go and I say, I'll do anybody except Leon Forrest. And she says, you're going to do Leon Forrest. And I said, all right, why am I going to do Leon Forrest? She said, and this is like to say that people know what's happening in the industry. So she said, Linda Holmes is doing a book on Toni Cade Bambara, because that was where I was like, I want to do Toni Cade. So she says, nobody's working on Leon Forrest. Really, really important writer. I do the dissertation on Leon Forrest, and my first academic book on Forrest. Fast forward to Leon Forrest having made his transition. Toni Morrison does the inaugural lecture in Leon Forrest's name at Northwestern. I had done a postdoc at Northwestern. I go to the lecture, tell her I enjoy the remarks, and then we're talking about Leon Forrest. And she's kind of looking like, why do you know this? Because there's 200 people in this room, and while they worked with him, they have not read his novels as closely. So she says, how did you come to know Leon Forrest? And I said, in a grad seminar with Dr. T. And she goes, oh, Dr. Traylor. She says, oh, like, okay, I get it. And I kid you not, I know it upset everybody who had worked really hard on the Seaton chart. She goes, sit down. So then I'm sitting next to her for a short time at dinner. I got enough home training to know I should get up because somebody else is supposed to be sitting there, but I stay there for as long as I can. By the end of the conversation, because I told her she was talking about these books and the work that she did as editor, and that I really was interested in her work as an editor. And she said, well, if you decide to do something with it, let me know. I'd be happy to help. At that point, she was like, bet. I'm about to do a book on Toni Morrison as editor. Except I don't know everything about the editorship. The naivete of a graduate student is such that you think that whatever is happening in your class is like the end. So I'm like, it's like these 6, 7 novelists. That's it. I had no idea there were 52 books. I'm thinking, I know I got a sentence, so I want to work on the fiction. I know I want to work on the fiction. I want to put her in the context of the fiction. Go to do the first interview with her in her office at Princeton. She talks about everything except the fiction. And I'm polite, so I look like, I know, ma'am, you know that I'm interested in the fiction. And something about what I looked like must have said, I was concerned. She said, don't worry about it. We'll talk about the fiction another time. Just let Renee know, we'll work it out with the schedule. After a couple of interviews, she does eventually start to talk about the fiction. But ultimately, what became clear, I ain't the brightest crayon in the box, because it took another 6, 7 months for me to realize, maybe this is bigger than the fiction. Because she would talk about Muhammad Ali, talk about Angela Davis, talked about Ivan Van Sertima. And I'm like, yeah, all of those are interesting. I want to talk about the fiction. until I realized that the book was not actually about Morrison as a fiction writer in conversation with these other fiction writers, but that the book was really about Morrison as editor. So the long, short version of how I came to think about this project, yeah. And what even folks have since said to me is, I was being edited by Toni Morrison and I didn't know it. And I think that that's true. Like, I didn't even know. She was just like, yes, that's interesting. Say more. And then I talk a little bit more about why I was interested in something. She's like, well, you have to think about that in the context of this. And she had all of these books behind her in her office, and she would turn around and she'd pull one off and she, you know this book? And I'm like, damn it, I don't. No, but I'm like doing the best that I possibly can to make up for the fact that I don't know this anthology, Contemporary African Literature. She's, this is the first book I did. Look at this cover. So then we do a close reading of the cover to think about like what's in the person's ear, why she has made this decision. And I begin to see, oh, you know what? And part of her point was, I picked this cover. And I'm thinking like, what editor also has to pick the cover? What editor has to make decisions about the font, the back? But as a Black editor at a house with people who weren't completely aware of what was going on in the books and what the appeal would be, she had to do all of that work. And then it just really got to be interesting. I wanted to ask you about genre, because you raised the question, and in talking to, like thinking about Morrison as a fiction person and an anthology person and a nonfiction person, and she even did a couple of volumes of poetry. Part of what I think made that editorship interesting was her willingness to work with authors who were not committed to fixed genre. So what's your experience been with really experimenting with genre and then convincing people that it's okay? Yeah.
You know, I have I'm sure it's part, you know, attention deficit disorder, but I can't keep doing the same thing. I always think about that. There's a Joni Mitchell song. I know I'm bringing that white lady into this room, but it's relevant in that she would say that people kept asking her to play this song, Circle Game, again. Like every concert, play Circle Game. And she's like, no one ever asked Van Gogh to paint a Starry Night again. Right. And I think I never want to paint a Starry Night again. I don't write series. I don't want to tell the same story over and over. And I don't want to do it in the same way. And so I'm constantly trying to push myself as a writer, and that's where the scattering of genres are. Like, I came to poetry very late because growing up in Brooklyn, you got Langston Hughes, maybe you got a little bit of Gwendolyn Brooks, and County Cullen, one or two poems, but you really weren't immersed in any kind of Black poetry. And as a result, the poems that I read, I just didn't think that people were speaking to me. I thought it was, some language dead white men spoke to each other when they were still living. And so once I cracked that code, I wanted to do it. The same thing with writing vignettes. I wanted to do it. I wanted to see if I could tell a full story in a paragraph. I wanted to see if I could tell, a memoir in verse like Brown Girl Dreaming, or tell a novel in verse. And so when you're writing in verse, it has to be a reason for you to do it, right? Like Brown Girl Dreaming is in verse because it's all memory, and that's how memory comes to us, is these small moments with white space. And then Before the Ever After is in verse because it's about CTE, it's about a professional football player who gets chronic traumatic encephalopathy and what happens to his brain and his memory. But I just couldn't do the same thing. So as a young writer, I moved around to different publishers who, you want this, and then I finally found a home with Penguin with my editor, Nancy Paulson, who's like, nothing you can do is wrong. So I can write all over the place. And that was for the work I was doing, writing to young people. And then for adult fiction, it was the same thing. I was with Tracy Sherrod at Harper, and then I went to an editor at Riverhead, and both of them just give me lots of space. I say I want to write a book of nonfiction. I'm trying to finish up an adult novel now, and it's very different than anything I've ever done. And for me, the fear comes in in that, right? Because it's like, this is a failure. I remember with Brown Girl Dreaming, I was like, this sucks, no one's ever gonna read this. Yeah, I mean, because it was so, it didn't make sense to me that my life felt like such a little life. And so it was, why would people care about your little life? You lived in, so what, your parents separated, so what, you grew up with your grandmother, like who hasn't done that? Because that was everybody I knew. But I remember I sat down with Tosha Regan, who's my best friend in the world, and I was whining about this book, and I'm in year 2 because I'm obsessed. I'm still doing it, and she's like, and I'm like, nothing was happening in my life, and she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This country was on fire when you were born, and it completely unlocked the book for me. It's like, okay, so my life was happening in the context of something, right? As all of our lives are, right? We're not like navel gazing, like our lives are happening inside a bigger narrative, and really understanding that helped me unlock that. But it really is how my mind works, that it's all over the place. And so therefore my stories are all over the place. And in that context, people are accepting of it. So I'm allowed to do it.
One of the things that you said that struck me too, that for those of you who are writers, it's really important to think about is your decision about genre has to make sense for the story that's being told.
Mm-hmm.
Like
100%.
Yeah.
100%. So you were talking about Toni Morrison having to choose the covers and the font and all of that. In the publishing world, one thing I know is that whenever an editor acquires a book, right? So they have to it's just not this person saying, I'm going to buy this book and it's solely my decision. A lot of times they have to go to all these other editors and convince them that this book is going to sell and it's going to have a life. And I can't imagine what that was like for her as the only Black woman in the room trying to sell these stories.
That was the good side, if there is such a thing of being in that industry as an only, if you will, and an only at the time. There was a brief period when she was there with Charles Harris before Harris gets essentially disinvited to the party because of his work with Amiri Baraka and what they construed as anti-Semitism. And he leaves Amistad, not Amistad, he founds Amistad. Shout out to Tracy Sherrod, who acquired this book, by the way. Abby West finished it. But he leaves Random House to found the Howard University Press here. So what he was trying to do for Black writers and accessibility there, she's able to pick up. So she becomes a part of this flow. 2 things I think are really important. One, she is incredibly gifted, but also somewhat ordinary. And so there's also a chapter in the book that I call the extraordinariness of ordinariness, in terms of like, Black women are just like extraordinary, but everybody's extraordinary, which makes us ordinary as Black women. So true. Yeah, it's just like it. So she's just like, talking about Lucille Clifton in particular, she's like, there's this extraordinariness of Black life because it is incredibly ordinary, helping Lucille Clifton name the book An Ordinary Woman. Because they both agreed, like, yeah, that's like pretty ordinary for Black women. We're superheroes. And that's my language, not hers. And there's a lot of work going on. So Morrison is an extraordinary but ordinary person in terms of her intellect. She's at L.W. Singer, a small textbook publishing company in Syracuse, New York, before she's at Random House. Random House acquires L.W. Singer because they want their textbook division. Just about the time that mergers are starting to happen. So you had these independent, kind of discrete publishers who were really interested in literary art. They were also interested in making money, but they were more interested in literary art. Once they begin to become more commercial and they merge and they're bought out, then it becomes more about money. So they want to acquire L.W. Singer because they want the textbooks, because everybody's buying textbooks. Textbooks makes money. Morrison was fully aware of this though. She's like, okay, there's certain things that I can do. My profit and loss statement will look the way that I need it to look, so I can do whatever I want to do with the literary stuff. I can take chances and experiment. So Bob Bernstein goes to Syracuse to figure out who he wants to take from Syracuse at L.W. Singer and bring to Manhattan. I say that kind of extraordinary ordinariness because of all the people he's like, do you want to come? So she gets to leave Syracuse, goes to Manhattan, makes a decision. I'm taking my 2 young kids. I'm moving to Manhattan because I want to work in publishing. And so she comes with this reputation. The Bluest Eye had done fairly well critically, but had not sold 3,000 books, to be clear. So this ain't about her fame. Crazy. I know, right? And we can even talk about like what happens with adoptions to make a book come a certain way, or how does a book get to the bestseller list? So she's not like super duper popular, but she's so smart. And it comes across so clear to everybody who encounters her. Part of it is this kind of content mastery. She's read everything. Interestingly enough, the reason I think that she and Dr. Traylor were such close friends is because she has that trait as well. You know, I'm talking about something that is a 2025 thing, and she's like, oh, that's like Oedipus. And I'm like, who the fuck remembers Oedipus? So she's like, oh, there are only 26 stories in the world, and she can map all 26. Dr. Traylor is 93.
Wow.
And she can still go through blam, 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 like the whole thing. So there is that thing that's happening with Morrison as number 1. So she didn't have as hard of a fight as somebody kind of ordinary without the extra in front of it, because she would just walk in the room and everybody would be like, whatever you say. She had to fight, don't get me wrong. And then the second part of it is Random House was the last house to not have to go through committee. And by that I mean, you acquire the book, you say, here's the book I want to go. I could go directly to the editor-in-chief and say, I got this book by this newcomer, Jackie Woodson. It's incredible, just trust me. And the editor-in-chief says, all right, what are you thinking about for the advance? She says, $1,500. She says, what about $1,000? She says, $1,500. And he's like, how many books do you think he's gonna sell? This is how many, and $1,500. So they agree, and the book's out. Every other publishing house, as Jackie is suggesting, you gotta go before 12 people. And you gotta convince the committee that they really wanna buy Jackie Woodson. And you don't get one every meeting. Some people get one every meeting, but you go to every meeting and they're like, all right, what you got, Tony? And she says, oh, I have this extraordinary book. It's blah, 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 blah. And they go, we don't know how to sell. And then basically next. And that's what's happening at every other major house, and why so few Black writers are getting published, because there's one Black editor in a space. That person doesn't have the kind of gravitas. And so it's an above and beyond yeoman's work, really trying to convince the committee to adopt the book.
Yeah, and it's not just that, because then once you get that Black person in the room, then there's the white publicist, right? You know, they're
trying to figure out how to market the book.
Yeah. It's I started Harlem Fete. Have you been to Harlem Fete? You need to come to Harlem Fete.
But I heard from you, Don. I should be there.
You should come to Harlem Fete. So Harlem Fete is a party we do in Harlem every, I forgot when the save the date is this year, but it's for basically Black folks in publishing. So it's for publicists, editors, agents, copy editors, writers, and we all just basically get together in the room and network and eat and drink and do line dances. And so it's a party we have once a year, and to talk about, what those struggles are. But it is the one thing you talk about in the book, early on in that chapter, when Toni Morrison is basically saying to folks, buy Black books. Yep. Like, this is how we get our numbers up, buy those books. And this is that other side of it, was like, okay, where are the jobs at Random House? Do you know someone? Can you get me in that door? Can you help me get this book published? At the end of the day, if you don't write well, we know that the chances of getting, it's not like the nepotism could work if you don't have a working manuscript or a solid book. But it is also about finding the people who can help get you in those doors in the way that other cultures have been doing for a long time. But I just love that. I'm like, wow, this is what year was that? Was it 73? The opening?
The one here?
Yeah.
74, if I'm not mistaken. I should look. At this point, all dates run together.
But it was just so
75.
Interesting to me that...
No, it was 76, because it was the bicentennial.
Oh, the bicentennial, that's right, that's right.
We're together, it's 6 o'clock.
But we're having the same conversations and basically she was saying, don't depend on the federal government. Like that writers never, these are not the people who are coming to save us, that we're coming to save ourselves, so.
I think the editors know as well. So when Jackie was asking about Harlem Fet, Yadan Israel, who is an editor at Simon & Schuster, whom I met through the process, I remember I had like the publication part, pre-pub, actually pre-launch, where they share it out with the industry folks to say, here's a book we think you all want to talk about, because there are politics around the whole thing. As an academic, I had no idea. You're like, you go to a university press, like you send your copy stuff in and you just hope 25 people read at some point in life. But for like a commercial book, they're like, all right, we want to do a party for you. And I was like, okay, when do I come? Whatever. And they're like, you don't understand. We do 10 parties a year. And this book is going to be one of them. So I'm like, okay, I should be excited. So I'm excited. So I get there and I recognize him from his work, kind of, sort of anyway. Plus I'm still an academic, so I'm looking up people who go on the list so I know who to talk to and whatever. And I whispered to Abby, I said, okay, so he's at Simon & Schuster. Why is he here? And she said, the Black people in publishing don't care where this book is.
It's so true.
There is a level of transparency in their feeling seen that everybody is behind this book because now they feel seen. And that was not at the fore of my mind as I was writing. I was trying to tell this story about the hard work that Morrison had to do. But what became clear over the way is people don't understand that you're fighting with everybody. You're fighting with your editor-in-chief about a book. You're fighting with the people in publicity because they want to book you on some show that is not relevant at all to your readership. You're fighting about why you should put ads in certain places instead of the other place because they just don't know the culture and the space in the same way. And then the kind of connections, the only other thing I'll say about this, and because I also have a question about like how you narrate, how you work with your editor and your agent to narrate and your publisher to narrate a book, like, and how you want it seen and viewed, or if you have the good fortune of like folks knowing what it is. So that's my question, just in case I forget. The other connection here with the socializing among the editors, when we did Center for Fiction, Yadan brought every Black editor, young that he knew, editorial assistant that he knew, 12 people in a room, something to do, like right before, to say, everybody, we're buying a copy of this book, we're having this conversation. So I had the opportunity to talk to them because those networks are just so important. And then when we had another event, Jamia Wilson from Penguin Random House says, hey, I want you to be in conversation, in part because goodwill goes a long way. The person who ended up being the editorial assistant for this book is a Howard student who I taught freshman year in freshman seminar, who, because I had been talking about this book for so long, said one day at a gas station, Dr. Williams, you might not remember me, but I want to work in publishing. And I know you work in public, like you're writing about publishing. Can I send you my information? And I said, yep, send me your CV. Now it did help that I knew her sister, and her sister was like an A+ student. So I'm like, all right, she gotta be good people. Send it forward. However many, this is 4 years later. And I see comments like the best reads of my manuscript. I see Michaela Tabrin and I'm like, is this my Michaela? Could it be? And then when we get on the Zoom, I'm like, Michaela. Everybody, like, mine just 3 Howard people on that. So you know Howard people rep hard. So everybody had their Howard stuff on during COVID. So the fact that it's a real hard industry to break into is real. And you also have to navigate the challenges of it being severely underpaid. An editorial assistant in New York is making, if they're lucky, $50K. Black people don't have like kind of discretionary and familial income to let you say, you can work $50K for 4 years and then you're gonna get a double bump. You're gonna get up to 80. So all of those things I think are a part of the conversation that Morrison is trying to have and trying to find ways to get people involved and to try to expand the space that I think moves over kind of in the contemporary moment too.
Yeah, we're still trying to expand it. It's still I was at Harlem Fest, I think it was last year or the year before, and I met 3 young women who had grown up reading me, and I'm like, I'm so old. Who had gone into publishing, and one was a publicist, one was a literary agent, and the other was in the somewhere on the editorial side of things. But they were in their 20s, and they were talking about that thing about how do you make a living in one of the most expensive cities in the country and do this work. And there are thankfully now a lot of organizations that are giving grants, and there are ways that publishers are doing the work of trying to get more people of the global majority into publishing. I was at the Center for Fiction yesterday. That's where I write. They have a great writer's room there. And I come downstairs, and there is a line out, through the Center for Fiction and down the block. And I was like, wow, I've never seen this many South Asian people it was Kiran Desai was doing a reading of her book that just got longlisted for the Booker Prize. And I was like, okay, we need to show up like this for our people.
Yes.
Like every day, we hear of one of us reading, we need to get there and show up. And I think we do we do when we know, but there is a way in which I think some people are breaking through the noise more, right? Yeah. So the fact that people knew she was going to be at the Center for Fiction and showed up. I think we have so much noise in our heads from so much that's going on that it's harder for us to hear stuff. But it's so glorious to be in a room with young creatives and have that have the possibility and the energy and the information and all of that just going back and forth. But that question, that you had asked me, I forgot what it was.
About, and it's relevant to the breaking through the noise. It's kind of sort of where I was going with it. Like, how do you imagine you do that just in terms of narrating yourself to your team to say, this is how we can break through the noise?
I think I know, and this sounds, pompous, but I have to go back to my younger self because now, because I have so many books now, and right? But it's because I have books and awards and stuff. Like people know my name a little more, and I think when I was younger and trying to get that attention, I remember when I wrote Last Summer Amazing. I wrote my first book. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna blow up now. Like I'm gonna be everywhere, and people are gonna see my. People did not know me from a can of paint. Like it was nowhere. Got one little Times review. And people, my friends weren't reading the Times, right? But also when you read the Times, you're not necessarily going out and buying those books. Like the Times review is for friends to see you in the Times, right? It's not like people are not going out and like saying, let me pay this money. But I remember like taking flyers and going around to beauty salons and barbershops and saying, you might like this book, but like having some hustle. And then I was just like, whatever. What was more important to me was writing. And I was always working on the next book or publishing 2 or 3 books a year. Like this is BC, before children. And then once, the kids started coming, I slowed down a little bit, but I was still like, for me, it was more like, I want to stay relevant to myself because I don't want to have written a book 10 years ago and then that be it. And so I think in the hustle and that being able to stay relevant and to keep publishing, to not to think, oh, I wrote this one book and now I'm going to go out into, and now I'm done. Like to just, and now I'm going to wait for all the shine to come to me. Like that's not how I did it. And I don't advise that. Like always have that other book in your back pocket are already being written.
Even as it makes people uncomfortable, of course, when as soon as you finish something, you say, so what are you working on next? You're like, really? Can I just catch my breath? Like what's next is my trip to wherever. But you're absolutely right. You do have to have here's the thing that I'm working on, whether or not I tell you about it.
Yeah, you don't have to tell anyone. Right? I never.
but you gotta have it. You gotta have it. So we're getting the time for Q&A signal. So we are happy to take questions and to continue the conversation.
Yes. I know y'all got questions.
Yes.
And nothing you can ask us is wrong.
Hi. Hello? Hello. Oh, okay, there we go. This is actually, guys, just a side note, but you alluded a little bit to the beginnings of Howard University Press, and I wondered if you wanted to comment on like the peculiar aspects of and pressures unique to university presses, especially maybe with HBCUs or those sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think in an ideal world, the Howard Press would continue to exist, because the other reality is when Charles Harris moved to Howard, he also founded the Summer Publishing Institute, and nobody over 50 who's in publishing now got there without coming through that institute. I don't think that's an exaggeration. If it wasn't direct, it was indirect. Then their relationship was with somebody who had gone through. I mean, talk agent, editor, publicist, like anything, all things publishing, in part because he had gone through, and this is like another kind of throwback relic when civil rights organizations were differently relevant. The National Urban League had programs that taught people about media. So the idea was really like, we gotta be self-determinant in every way. So they taught people about the industry. So he knew how much it cost per page, per book, weight of paper, the whole thing. So he knew the industry from start to finish. And part of his legacy, if you will, was I want to make sure that other people know it, because if they're going to get in the industry, they have to understand this so that they're relevant all the time. Howard as an HBCU with the University Press was really important, but it's also like a financial drain. You have to have the resources to be able to, you're not gonna ever make money on the University Press. No University Press in existence makes money. So when you got a hospital that also doesn't make money because you're committed to treating people who don't have health insurance, when you got a over 50% Pell Grant eligible student population and you're committed to making sure that they have opportunities, when you have, like, I mean, I could go down like all of the things that we're trying to pay for, and the press was the easy thing that was kind of sort of dispensable. I think that it needs to come back, what we have to do in the same way that we have to read Black books. And that, again, was a point Morrison was making. And she said, like, when I'm thinking about these books, I'm thinking they gotta cost less than a fifth of whiskey or a dinner.
Yeah, yeah.
Literally, she's like, one, like, big, and they should last longer. That's right. Like, the memory of it should last longer than those things. But so we have to buy the books. We also have to support the institutions to be able to do the thing. I'm hoping that at some point, some of our pitches to philanthropists will be, we have to like have a press because it's important. The books that we brought out, nobody else is bringing out. Nobody else is bringing those books out. Like, even if we take it back even to Morrison, whose bravado I think is informed in part by knowing that there is that relationship potentially. She gets a lot of pushback for publishing Ivan Van Sertima's They Came Before Columbus. All of the reviews are like, bad news for Columbus. Like, how dare this guy? Like, what is this? Like, nobody was really talking about the fact that Columbus did not discover America in mainstream circles. Now, Black people at Howard were always saying that. So, and similarly, she's getting pushback for publishing Angela Davis. Like, how dare you with this person with this communist affiliation? Part of the reason she can do that is because there's also the, like, if we don't do it, Howard University Press is gonna do it, and they're gonna make money from it. Now, granted, we wouldn't have been able to do it in the same way or make money. So the short version is we do need the press, in my view, but we also need the resources to be able to underwrite it, because it's not a profitable enterprise.
So, hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hello. Y'all gotta speak back better than that. Come on, we're a community. Hey, Dean Williams. Hi, Ms. Woodson. I really appreciate this conversation, and I'm happy that you brought up your Don. So I'm gonna tell him that he got a name drop like 3 or 4 times in the space at Howard University. And you know, this conversation is so important to me because we're talking about Toni Morrison, but I also think about Miss Marie Brown in Harlem and how these Black women are keeping Black authors and Black books inside of these spaces. And I heard you say something just now, Ms. Woodson, where you said, you asked the question, how do you make money inside of this industry, when you talked about, Dean Williams, how $50,000. So I'm wondering if you all can speak more to Black people stepping into these editorial spaces and not being deterred by the amount of money that you can make, but knowing that you'll be able to tell Black stories. Yep. And especially since we are in the 100th commemoration of the New Negro, which was an anthology where we could tell our stories and tell who we were in our own way.
Thanks for that question. Well, one thing I know is there's an organization called We Need Diverse Books that really does a lot of work in getting diverse children's books into the world and keeping them there and fighting book bans and all of that. And I know they have money that they help supplement people of color coming into publishing. So, and I think there are a number of organizations trying to do that work now to so that someone who wants to get a job as an editorial assistant can do it and be able to live in New York City. Thankfully, a lot of these positions are hybrid. So they, either fully remote or hybrid. And so the work can be done from other places, which is allowing for more both economic and racial diversity in publishing.
Yeah, but I think we got to do it two prongs. One, understand, like if somebody's gonna keep the record, we got to do it. Mm-hmm. And whatever sacrifices are necessary with the support of other people in other places is really important. And then I think the other part of it is you got to be ready when the opportunity comes. And I don't want to put the responsibility like solely on us. So when I say ready when the responsibility comes, I mean, you got to have a skill set to be able to do it, but you also have to be prepared to say, I dare y'all to keep publishing this kind of book with this kind of editor, with this kind of, part of the reason, like no exaggeration, that I opted for Amistad, in addition to Tracy just being good people, shout out Trisha Elam for introducing me to Tracy. And so I can call Tracy and say, take your editor hat off and talk to me like another black woman. Like, what do you think? Mm-hmm. Now, Tracy ain't gonna ever take her editor hat off, to be clear. And I ain't unclear about that, but still, to be able to say inside, give me some inside conversation. So that it was, for me, I was like, I want this book at Amistad because I want a black editor, because I want a black imprint, because I was also straddling in a sense, and judge me if you will, because I was like, I want a big 5, because I could potentially do Penguin Random House if I do this in a particular way, but I didn't want the pressure of like overreach, like you can say this, but you can't say this. So making the decision, and I remember when a bunch of people got fired, including Jen Baker, at HarperCollins Amistad. And I wrote to my agent and I said, you can have them, like, I don't want the contract. And she said, oh, you'd have to get your money back. Girl, I ain't spent that money. You can have your money back, because I ain't gonna ever, you cannot buy me. No, like, if I can't have a black editor, I am disinterested in this. I'll go somewhere else, because if this is how it's gonna go, then I can go somewhere else under other circumstances. So you have to be willing to make the decision. That for me as an author was important, but it's gotta be important to you as book buyers to say, books, like houses that don't publish the kind of books that you wanna read, we ain't fooling with y'all no more.
I have to, just be that person in the room, because I chose Amistad for Another Brooklyn for the same reason, work with Tracy. And, there was a lot of struggle there, and I think it was giving me, shout out to HU, my daughter graduated from here, I love this place, but it was giving me those HBCU vibes of like, this is wonderful and this is hard. So they're, one day chicken, next day bone in terms of like the struggle with the place. So yeah, I think you do have
I would not, like, you're not gonna get any disagreement from me for that at all. Like, there have been, in the same way that I was like, I will, whatever. Like, every time I didn't get something, even including like the cover of the book.
Yeah.
Where I was like,
man.
did y'all read this book?
Yes.
No, we're not doing this. Like,
I had to hire an outside copy editor. I mean, like, the struggle was real at Amistad.
And again, you make decisions. And so part of what I said is like, let's try to make some noise so that y'all can hire some more people so we ain't got to be doing our own work too. Yes. Yes.
Okay, y'all, ask these questions because I know how people rush the stage because they're shy to ask in front of people. So please ask now, because I'm running out that door. You running out that door? Yep. Okay, just letting y'all know, now's the time. Okay.
Hi, my name is Victoria Brooks, and my question is for you, Ms. Woodson. I do have to say thank you, because you really did change my life. I read Brown Girl Dreaming at a very young age, and I actually ended up adapting a stage play for it at my PWI and it
nice.
became the first Black play and Black directed play. And yes, thank you. So you really are my hero.
Thank you.
But what I wanted to know is, like, with books with Brown Girl Dreaming and just stuff about your childhood, like, how do you approach, like, unlocking those memories? Like, is it times of reflection or, like, that stuff?
That's such a great question, and I'm so glad you put it on stage and, did all the things. I think adolescence can be so painful that people end up, just shutting it out. And you can't do that if you want to write to or for young people you have to access. It was Madeline L'Engle who said, when you write remembering the child you were, because the essence of childhood doesn't change. The technology changes, the fashion changes, then it changes back, but the essence of what you want to belong, to not have a freaky family, to like be loved, to like, all of that stuff is evergreen. And so when I write, I do go to that place of remembering myself at that age and accessing those memories to put into the narrative. And with Brown Girl Dreaming, I also went back to Greenville. I interviewed a bunch of my mother's people. I went to Ohio and interviewed my dad and his people. My aunt's a genealogist, so she had the Woodson family line all the way back to Sally Hemings. Like, I just did all of the research, and half of it doesn't end up in the book, but it's also important because, like, when you were talking about Toni Morrison and interviewing her, one of the things they say about oral history is just let people talk, and you might not even know you're getting your stories, and then you're getting them. I was so excited when you were saying that, because I'm like, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And so, and I know with our people, they don't like to talk a lot because they come through trauma, and I think trauma, they don't want to relive trauma, so a lot of stories from our elders we end up not getting. But if we sit down and to dinner with them and not ask them questions, we'll get those stories. And when they're gossiping with their girlfriends, we'll get those stories. But really, I think it's so important what Toshi said to me in terms of us all living in the context of some moment in time that's really important to get on the page. So starting with that, knowing that you're living in such an important moment, and we don't know your story, and so that's why I'm so excited to be among young people who are telling their stories, because we need them. And also with this attempted erasure of our history, it's even more important now, like, to get those oral histories and to write down the memories, and so that we know that this history is truth, right? That no one can say this never happened. When I did Showway, which is about the history of the Underground Railroad and the way enslaved people used quilts as road maps, this white woman in Kentucky came up to me and said, that never happened, because if it happened, why didn't anyone write it down? I'm like, oh, all the enslaved people who you all allowed to read and write could have written that down.
Yeah.
Are all the people who went and told Master about it, wrote it down. Like, what are you talking about? So this way in which people are constantly saying, our history didn't happen, and yet we're sitting here telling the story. So, right, we survived. We lived to tell the story when we weren't supposed to, right? So don't give me that. So it's so important to keep telling these stories.
And the framing, I would say, is important as we get ready for our next question. I really appreciate your saying the context, in part because it's often hard to know where to start in telling the story.
So true.
And if you're looking for a metaphor, thinking about what's happening in the world almost always gave me a metaphor for a chapter. So I was like trying to figure out how do I start? Like, I got so much. I had the interview with Angela Davis. I had talked to her about Angela Davis. I had read everything, and I'm still like, this is too much. I don't really know what to do with this chapter. What do I do with this chapter? And then I thought, all right, what's going on in the world? Like, how do I frame this? And I framing it around the gag order that Angela Davis is under, as a way of thinking about it. That is why it's important to tell the story. When somebody tells you that you can't talk, you can't tell a story, then you got a metaphor. And at that point, I'm like, okay, I know how to get in this chapter. Even if you don't keep it, it may dissolve, or as Toni Morrison says in one of her interviews, like, the seams may not show. You may not even know that metaphor is there. So you sew a thing up, and everybody shouldn't see that it's been sewn up, right? You shouldn't see the seams, but you know that the seam is there as the seamstress. Yeah.
So true. And I think that's a good point, because publishers will say, well, what does this have to do with now? Right? That is one thing they'll ask about the context of your narrative. So I love that idea of the present day metaphor.
Hi, I'm Kaidi Giovanni. I'm a poet, an English major from Brooklyn as well. Hi.
I saw you at Black Girl Magic Ball. Hey.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, I did see you there. And so I've been like coming here. I'm a freshman, so I've been trying to figure out poetry and like really navigating these spaces. And like I think it's a really hard time to be a student at this time, let alone a poet, trying to like archive everything that's going on. So I guess this is a question for both of you. Like, how do you navigate kind of archiving what's happening without going insane? Like all the artists I meet, all the poets I meet especially, it's like, you have to be crazy to really be an artist at this time. So how do you
At
like-
any time.
At any time. Yeah, like the world is always on fire. Yeah. So how do you write about the fire while usually being the forest also burning and like keep pushing through that and keep archiving?
I love that question. I'm going to start with answering that. And one of the rules of writing for young people is that the story doesn't have to have a happy ending, but it has to have hope somewhere in it. So with each piece, where is the hope in that moment? And it can't be a lie, right? So and I do think, you know, by nature of us getting up each morning, there's hope in the day, right? So with each poem, as we're archiving this moment, there is something to feel hopeful about. For me, you know, every day it's y'all. It's the young people. I'm like, y'all are not here for this, and you know, you're ready to burn it down or whatever it takes. And not as scary as that is, and I want you to be safe, I'm like, okay, you know, my work here is done. So I do think looking at that hope is really important.
I don't think you all are aware of how anti-establishment you are and how radical it is to be anti-establishment.
So true.
Because we grew up in a generation where you might have had anti-establishment thoughts, but you weren't out in these streets talking about anti-establishment or burning a thing down or whatever. And I grew up in a black house, in a black town, went to black schools, which meant there was like deep embedded conservatism. But the most radical black shit happening off on the side at the same time. So I had to learn how to navigate that tension. Y'all ain't worried about no tension. Y'all are like, tad up. And we're like, wait.
I know.
Is there something to replace the thing we were tearing up? And they're like, no, don't worry about it. We'll build it up. So I don't think that I'm less worried than I might have been if I were not on a college campus. Like, I would probably be miserable if I were not seeing 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds all the time saying, okay, and the commitment that anybody who has ever been in a classroom will know of me is what I'm gonna tell you is, I will never leave you alone. I ain't talking about being the bridge. I ain't talking about like my moment is over, it's y'all's turn. Nah, we in this together, let's go. Yes. If y'all okay, what we doing next? And no, wait, don't do that, that doesn't make sense. Let's stop, let's think. So that we're all in community together trying to figure out what's on the other side of this. Because more aggressively than ever, it's clear to everybody what we all knew all along was that this is absurd. But everybody was walking around acting like it wasn't. And now y'all like, everybody, this is absurd. So I appreciate it. The only other thing I'll say is like, craft is really important.
Yeah.
You cannot replace craft. So keep working on your craft, whether the world is on fire or not, because if you're gonna write about it, you gotta have some craft in which to write about it. So if you were in the session before with Kenneth Carroll, I had seen it on Facebook, but I had not seen him perform the piece, This Motherfucker? No, These Motherfuckers? It was like, and so he does like this really incredible work with the way that he gives voice to how his father understood Donald Trump, right? 2 words, this motherfucker. And he uses the whole poem to basically break down what that means to black people, especially old black men, giving his father the quintessential dignity of a black man. Clean white shirt underneath his shirt with his name written in cursive. So already you got an image of what his father does for a living. It ain't, you know, like, he's not going to an office, like, so, and then if my father was on CNN, like what he would do, he would have this conversation with, when Will Blitzer asked him what's going on, he'd be like, this motherfucker. and then everybody else would be talking heads. So the whole poem is about economy of language and the craft that he uses to do it, and wraps the thing up when he daps up the union workers and everybody else, and then he wraps the thing up and they're like asking about what happened. He's like, these motherfuckers. So the shift from this to that, around that, the point of my telling the story is craft. Like, you can keep working on your craft whether the world is on fire or not, so that when it's time for you to tell the story, you can do it well. What are we looking like talking with time? All right, and I promise I will say the sign. Yeah.
No, not till tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Dean Williams and Ms. Woodson. I have a question about publishing and Black people in these spaces, as you guys have been speaking off and on. I heard that because of the challenges of being one of few Black people in publishing, that they often get only the Black books about the Black experience. And that if they're presented with other books, that's kind of becomes their role within the institution, is, as you said, on the good side is that they are advocating for Black authors and Black stories, but I wonder about authors and stories that are not Black, that are not specifically about a Black experience, and how that relates to being published as a Black author, or kind of even interfacing with people in those spaces. I'm just curious. It's inside baseball, all of this. I'm so fascinated, so I'm just grateful to hear.
I think, I'll just say really quickly, Morrison edited probably as many books by non-Black authors as she did by Black authors. So that was also a thing that I had to reckon with, right? Because in my mind, I was talking about Toni Morrison as the literary midwife of all things Black. But second book, The People's Handbook of Medical Care, 2 white authors, one of whom was at GW and the other one at Stanford. Just to give you another example, Boris Bicker's The Case for Black Reparations. Sex is Justice, The Lesbian Myth. Grow or Die. So in the back of the book, there's a list of all of the books that she edited, but she brought that kind of aesthetic to everything that she did. So again, you got a white law professor from Yale who is talking about reparations as a legal argument in the same way that covenants can be argued in court. She says, I think I want this book because of what this book is talking about. Now again, they argue because he wants to make it the case for reparation, or not even the case. She's saying, we're gonna put this against Gurna Murdahl's American Dilemma, or that's his perspective. So she's like, nope, this is how we're gonna market this book. So I think it's important to think about how Black editors also edit non-Black people so that it shows up in the world with a kind of Black aesthetic too. I mean, you're not giving anything away, but you're saying this is a worldview. This isn't racial or color.
Yeah. It's true, and that's the point. Editors get to choose who they want to publish, and if one thing that's happening a lot more with Black and brown editors are they're getting their own imprints. They're realizing that that's a way to bypass that middle posse of people you have to, get approval from, and so because they get to choose their books, the ones I know, like Yadon and Tracy, when she was still editing, they were choosing books about the Black and brown experience, so it wasn't like, these are the only books you can do. They were like, these are the books I want to do, and I want them to be more than pigeonholed as this one kind of book. How do I get this book and get it out in the world and get a National Book Award and get it translated into other languages and get people to see this as an experience that's a Black experience and a universal experience, or what it means to cross over, or how that happens. But yeah, editors get to make those decisions.
And interestingly enough, that's really why she decided to do the Black book. Because the sales team was saying, well, we can't really sell books across the street, which was basically like a euphemism for, we can't convince white people to buy Black books, and Black people aren't buying enough books. And she's like, okay, bet. So puts it together in such a way and markets it in a way that it went into reprint 5 times in a short amount of time. And it's the 25th anniversary edition. It's still one of the best-selling books on the overall Random House list.
It's a beautiful book, and they just did a reissue of it with gold leaf. It's beautiful.
So,
it's called The Black Book.
So Dean, Dana, and Jackie, we have one last question, but I'm very proud to say that the person who's asking the question has asked the question at all 4 IBWFs. And this is Kari. He's going to introduce himself. I think at the first 3 IBWFs, he asked the question at every single session. His questions are always really good. And so I'm proud that our last question for our 4th IBWF is asked by Kari.
Thank you. Putting a lot of pressure on me right there.
Yeah, keep the party going.
First of all, I wanted to thank you all for being here. This is a very beautiful moment, and I appreciate it. My name is Kari Ianzame Johnson. My first question, because I want to ask 2, I want to hurry up and get these out. The first question is in regards to, we discussed the importance of Black buyers. We've discussed the role of Black people in the publishing world. But can you speak to the importance and the disappearance of Black distributors, Black booksellers, and then what seems to be a starting of a reemergence? I say that as somebody that's also began an endeavor in selling books. My second question is regards to your past works. Which of those works do you find directly kind of connected in thread to what's happening in this contemporary, like chaotic, dynamic we're dealing with? Black history, Black culture, Black identity under attack. And do you find this current state impacting any future works of yours, perhaps? Thank you.
I can go first so that I can remember the question. Publishing is in trouble no matter what. Like Black, white, science fiction, young adult, poetry, fiction. And by that I mean, until what you're talking about emerges on every level, not just with distributors, but until publishers are publishing for the quality of work again, and not driven by this commercial impulse, I think there's going to be trouble. Because I just learned not too long ago, you can make it to the New York Times bestseller list now with 10,000 books. And that's way lower than it used to be. In part because people aren't buying print books in the same way, so a download or an Audible. So really just trying to figure out overall how people are buying books, why they are buying books and not. I think that's one part of it that we have to think about. And then the other thing I would say is that there is that changing saying, to use Amiri Baraka's term. In the same way that in 2020, it looked like an explosion of Black people in publishing. Everybody was getting hired to do everything from National Book Award chair to like having their own imprints, foundations as this big piece in the New York Times. It was really exciting times, like the post-George Floyd moment. And then 2024, every one of them were gone, like from one place or the other. They might not have been in the place where they were before, in a lesser place or somewhere else. So the challenge of who is involved in the publishing industry, who is distributing, who makes the decisions, even if it's like a Barnes and Noble. So now the challenge of the people who ran out small independent bookstores saying now that they're being run out by Amazon, what do you do with it? So I would go back to that point that Morrison was making. It's like, it's us, we got to figure out how to do the whole thing, to write the books we want, to publish, edit, distribute the books we want, to market the books we want. We have to be able to do that for ourselves. It's a big and daunting task, but we've done other things that have been big and daunting as well. So even like with the Sankova team, like on the table, like you got to make decisions about how many books you're going to bring. You literally have to decide, oh my gosh, which ones are going to sell the most. So you're having to anticipate what you think is needed. If they had the bigger space and like they could have a whole floor from here all the way down to the end so you could go in and figure out like what you want to do, that would be ideal. That would be great. But that's not a reality. So distributors, booksellers, everybody's making really hard decisions. But the only steady state is you, what you go in and ask for.
I love that. I love that. And so I'll answer the part about how this moment's going to impact me. I can't choose one of my books that isn't speaking to the impact of the world, because they're all, my creation of them comes out of my presence in the world, right? So everything I touch and see and feel and hear and think about in some subconscious way is inside the narrative, and will be forevermore. But I do think that I so agree with Dana on the fact that it is up to us, and we have done it, right? You know, how many Black folks sold books out of their cars like watermelons, right? How many of us, like, you know, self-published our books, or, you know, figured out sold our books through churches, and like we have always found the way out of no way. And I think depending on the mainstream. I remember when independent bookstores, because there were a lot of Black independent bookstores, and then most of the independent bookstores were white owned, and they were saying boycott Amazon, because, you know, they're putting us out of business. My neighborhood bookstore in Park Slope, Brooklyn, did not have a single one of my books. And by then I had written about 20. And I was like, you know who has my books? Amazon. So I'm sorry, I mean, I'm not messing with them now, but there was a time where that they were the only option. And then more Black independent bookstores started coming back up again, and then our books were there. So you know, I think it is cyclical too. But it is, I can't echo Dana enough. At the end of the day, it's up to us to write these stories, to tell these stories, and to get these stories in the world. And echoing Dana again, craft is key. You know, when you write something really well, people can't say no to you, you know, and that happens again and again.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Jackie, for being here.
So to close us out, I wanted to let everyone know that Sankofa is having an event for us from 8 to 10, so please feel free to make your way over there. We also want to thank all of our volunteers. There have been so many of you. Running for water, running for papers that we forgot, making sure that everyone got what they needed when they needed it. We also want to thank you both again for ending our event. And
buy some books.
Oh, also, please consider donating to the Moorland-Spingarn Research Center. You can do that on msrc.howard.edu. Thank you.